has been a while. Hi, Internet.
I believe the last time we were in Wildemount, all of you had made quite a mess at the docks, which is ironic considering your group moniker. Yarno Albrecht, who was once known as that asshole Glassstaff, who no longer has the Glassstaff and therefore is no longer known as Glassstaff, resurfaced, took the quartermaster's prize along with the other items in the satchel from whoever went into the captain's quarters in the ship that you literally turned upside down, and fled, and you gave chase. There were rifts to the Shadowfell. There was a vampire and some zombies. There is currently a skyship that is slowly descending. Apparently it's in autopilot mode, and it's not crashing dramatically, but it is unpiloted and slowly drifting towards the ground. You all are at the skyship port tower, which is actually is sort of hastily constructed in a bit of a field, in the remnants of what used to be part of the slums of Port Damali. At your feet is the broken and undead corpse of Yarno Albrecht. Over his shoulder is the satchel with the items. And you can still hear, coming from the crack in space and time at the top of the tower, the gnashing and roaring of a shadow dragon, which seems to have been disturbed.
We closed that.
Yeah, we closed
Oh,
that.
you did?
Yes, we closed
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll make a note of that because I didn't make a note
Yeah.
of it before.
Yeah.
That was kind of
Okay.
one of those
No, we
things. Is
did.
like we just use whatever spell slots.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're just like,
Thanks in the
fuck
rest
that, fuck that, especially fuck that.
I did not take any notes last time, and so I am. Thank you for helping me with that. Unfortunately, it closed the rift. Good to know. Okay, that changes a
particular
few
one,
things.
anyway.
Yeah,
That
one,
particular one, yes, because it was wide enough to actually, like, probably Felice could, or Wuria could fit their arm through, but it was not enough for anything. Certainly not big enough for a dragon. There are a few more scattered throughout the city, though. You can hear off in the distance shouts, and you can see some lights as it appears the commotion at the skyship tower has drawn some attention. And so you probably have a minute or two before anyone reaches the skyship tower.
My last note said, search Glassstaff's body, so that was what I was planning on doing.
So we're all on top of the tower. We have Glassstaff's body.
Glassstaff's body was off the tower.
It was me
was
and
down.
Jealous on the
He's on the
ground with the
ground.
body.
Okay.
Everyone else was up on the
How
tower.
high up is this
Yeah.
tower? Because in my head, it's like
Very
200 feet.
It was
It's
big.
like it's like about 100 feet tall.
Okay. How did you
Yeah.
guys get down without dying?
I have a broom.
Ambitiously.
Oh.
It was tall. I don't think I specifically defined it.
I used
it was
basically a
very
full
tall.
turns movement to go all the way down the tower from
Yeah.
that side. So,
Again, this is in
Yeah.
contrast.
but I also
to
had
what
dash as a
Tia
bonus
said
action, so it
earlier.
was like a triple move for me. I think it
Right.
took me a good 100 feet or so of movement
Yeah.
to go down.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was stairs, not like a straight.
Oh, okay.
And then
okay.
Iarno himself, well, he's a lich.
took-
He
He
just
took the
jumps.
fast way down.
He took the fast way down.
Yeah.
Um,
And I
and
had
he
the
did-
broom. I went down
Okay, so that would mean that Darlton and Velis are both on the ground.
Mhm.
Those of you up in the tower have a good view, and you can see what looks to be a group of folks. Your best guess at this distance, because they're probably like somewhere between a quarter mile out. Definitely guards of some kind with lanterns and such running. But they're a ways out still. So you all have a number of moments. Velis, you begin searching Iarno's corpse.
I'm
There's
helping.
the satchel over his shoulder. That was what had all of the stuff that was taken from the ship that he took from. I think it was Elias had been holding the bag.
No, it was me. Because
Oh,
he was.
you had the bag.
I
Okay.
think Elias took it from me. I don't remember. I remember
Right. You
yelling
had
at
the bag.
Elias.
Elias took it.
Elias
And
We
then
have
he, like,
resecured.
took the
at
bag
this
at
point,
one
yes.
point, and then
Elias
Right.
took the bag because Velis was going to die if he didn't.
yeah,
Yeah,
That
and
was what
then
happened.
he took the bag
Yeah.
from Elias.
Right. Okay. That's all. I could have gone back and watched something. I really should.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm just trying to play catch up too because I felt like he didn't have those on him, but I guess he did.
Yeah, I
More
don't know
than
if he
any-
like took all of the loot, but he definitely took the one item.
Yeah.
So Velis had a bag of holding that he stuffed full of stuff from below decks. That was not the same thing as the small satchel that
Yeah.
had everything from the captain's hidden cache.
I knew
Mhm.
that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just didn't think he had the satchel on him. But
No,
I was.
I mean Velis had it, then Elias took it, then not Glassstaff took it.
Yeah.
Right.
So presumably not
Let's just
Glassstaff.
call him that asshole.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
He's no
asshole.
longer that asshole Glassstaff. He's now just that asshole.
That asshole.
Well, he's upgraded his glass staff, and Velis, you can see the staff that he had been wielding it's some sort of gnarled wooden staff with what looks to be a small lantern hanging off, like a sort of a crook up at the top. And I mean, you don't even have to cast magic to get just a bad vibe coming off of the thing. But as you're searching through, other than that staff, and like he was wearing the same robes that you killed him in, and they haven't been washed, and probably neither has he, since then, all those months ago. So it's a bit of a unpleasant experience. But other than the lantern and the satchel, there's nothing of note.
Take the satchel.
We should get off the streets.
On the top
We
of
should get everyone together.
We should probably get down from here and go somewhere. Not here?
Agreed.
I'm gonna use
Yeah,
the message brooch to tell Elias. We're going back to Leah.
I was just gonna say, I was like, meanwhile, somewhere Leah is like, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Well, I had sent
What's
somebody
taking
off
him
that
so long?
direction,
Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah, you did
yeah.
send the kid off that way, yeah.
That's
so
right,
I
yeah.
don't know if Leah was, if that would bring Leah to us, but also
Or you might
It
special
just
delivery.
seems like the
Yeah,
sensible
right.
place for Velis to call out. We all
Yeah.
know where it is, and it's out of the way. So
Meanwhile, so wait, I mean, I
Dalton
guess
is going to
I'll
very
say these
specifically
deserted, but-
check to make sure that we have the artifact, if it's in the
Yes.
satchel still.
So you
Before we
peek
move.
in and you see a bunch of things that definitely look like it came from the quartermaster's special stash, along with the ornate wooden box that the quartermaster described. That
is that
is
round
holding,
crystal in there too?
and that round crystal is in there too.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Love
Forgot
that.
about that.
Are the rest of
Yep.
us all still up on?
I mean,
Yep.
you guys could obviously be making way
Okay.
down at this point.
Right.
Just fly down.
Yeah, Dalton's immediately
Yeah.
kind of
That's cool.
casing, looking for if there's any signs of his errand boy coming to the area, but otherwise looking for a clear path out of the area.
Yeah.
I
So
just- I just want to disappear into the side streets.
okay.
Get
Well, currently, you're all the equivalent of in the middle of a big field outside of
Oh.
the city walls proper.
Okay.
So uh, it's going to be fairly clear that there are a number of figures that were on the tower because there were spells and the ship moving and movement.
I'm gonna start
It's-
heading toward the river in that case.
Okay.
How dark is it?
It is dark. Let's see. How dark is it? Okay. It is. Well, actually, it was raining earlier.
It's past midnight, so
It's past midnight, so it is dark. There
Right,
are
this
no
was
light
on
sources other than what any of you brought with you. And I'm fairly certain that Felice like summoned a storm. So it is currently probably
I mean, she like dismissed
that died
it,
down
so I
before
thought-
everything.
okay.
I
So
remember you
I'm-
describing
I
that.
mean,
The
I
reason I
remember you
asked-
saying it like unnaturally stopped, which was basically her. I mean,
Right.
Okay. So
I'm
I would
trying to
say
remember
it's
if I dropped the.
very
yeah, I
late.
had to drop concentration to reverse gravity,
Right.
so the storm's
Mhm.
gone.
Okay. I would still say it's way past midnight. It is mostly dark, and so there would be a chance that the people coming will see shapes and figures of people, but nothing
No
not enough
detail.
detail. If you all
reason I-
leave now.
yeah, the reason I ask is because technically I'm invisible if it's a dark vision situation.
Right.
So
Mm.
I'm not worried
Um,
about gonna get into the
considering
city and go back.
The group of people are all carrying lanterns, it will not be a dark vision situation
Okay.
fairly soon.
Wiria is going to burn her last 5th level slot and make
Uh-huh.
everyone that's on the tower invisible.
Ah.
Okay.
Not a bad idea.
Oh.
because she can do that with the number
Right.
of people on the tower.
Appreciate it,
Okay.
yeah.
And
We
Yeah,
need to get down. Like,
Considering at this point, Darlton is the only one who is not invisible in a
Mm.
fashion.
Yeah, you start looking around for
guys can
Bellis
follow
and you're like,
him.
wait, what?
mhm.
Darlton has
Everybody has left you.
started moving
He's
towards
cutting
the
a
river.
path towards the river to just try and get
Right.
down, use
Um,
the elevation
While
and then
we're
head into
going
the city.
down, Felice will probably ask Wiria. So thanks for the help, guys. Nice to see you. What are
Mm.
you all actually doing here? I mean, did the Drown Prince talk to you guys? Ask you to come too? What
A
brought
what?
you here?
Oh,
I mean,
there we
what's-
go.
What's with that guy?
because Wiria is on Phyla, so she is flying.
Okay, then
Yeah,
not
Wiria's up
then
here
not
with
Wiria. Then
Elias and
probably
They're also all
Yes.
invisible. You can't tell who's near you.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like somewhere in all of this, she would know who had been close to her. So whoever was close to her, if not Wiria, then whoever is there.
Well,
Throw the
so
conversation out
context-
into the ether.
Yeah. Wiria was up with you guys, but on Phyla.
Mhm.
So when she
So-
made everyone
yeah.
invisible, she's gonna fly.
Yeah. All right. Well
And
then,
then
so
take
as we
stairs.
are walking, so she will just instead of hi to Wiria, just hi in general. And yeah, just because Felice, she'll ask it to the ether, because she will. Also, like, who's scary dude with the crossbow?
A new ally. A lot,
And why are we following him?
much
Is he-
has
is he-
have happened. Tis good to see you, Felice, but much
Yeah,
hath happened.
Yeah. I mean, I leave you guys for 2 minutes and zombies.
2 minutes.
In 2 minutes.
Tis always zombies of some sort.
Which I forget, and I know we've been over this before. I, for the life of me, can't remember if Felice actually knows who Glosstev is or not.
Yes, you know of him.
Yeah.
She was there.
I think she was there for the end.
She
of
was
that,
there
yeah.
for that.
Okay, I
Oh,
think
yeah,
we
yeah.
determined it was a
Yeah.
They had joined, but I probably physically was asleep because I have no actual recollection of it other than we make jokes about it all the time, so I know it happened.
Right. At this point, you start hearing the sounds of whistles being blown, seemingly potentially to call additional attention, and you can see some lights begin to kind of blink on along the walls of the castle.
Mayhaps we continue
Let's
this
do it
conversation
right now,
elsewhere.
right? Yeah, it's I forget who it's Elias and Hegan, and I don't remember. Was it just the two of them now? Still on the tower?
So
If
Everybody was. We
No,
were
we're
assuming
there.
everybody was
Hegan, I
climbing
guess?
down at this point.
Yeah, we were
Well,
climbing
yeah,
down.
Yeah,
So
but
this
I
is
mean,
all
I'm
happening in
assuming-
motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, but if it's a 100-foot tower, that
Takes a little
that
while.
still takes a
A
A
tiny
few
bit.
moments. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, I
unless
couldn't
anyone
remember where
specifically
Felice
wanted to
was.
remain on the tower to do a thing, I'm going to
Nope.
presume that the group
Oh, he gets
is
the fuck out of Dodge.
is doing that. And Darlton began moving towards the river. The group eventually descends. Velis, were you waiting for everyone, or were you? No, you said go to the warehouse to meet Leah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Were
where
you
I was
going to
going.
follow Darlton or go in a different direction?
I'm going on my own. I know the way back. I'm just going and I'm just trying to disappear.
And
Oh, okay.
I will pass that message on to.
And
Hegan,
yeah, and
If he starts going a different way,
him,
I'm going to
yeah.
follow him. Just make sure that
Or
thing
heading to
doesn't
the
get out of
warehouse.
sight.
and Wiriat is the only one of people who were up by the tower who is not invisible, but she figures she can fly and get
Mhm.
out of sight more easily than the people who are stuck climbing stairs.
Okay.
like
Because the first level
Felice-
spot only does 4, and I think it was
if we're
Purnell,
running-
Elias, Hegan, and Felice
Yeah.
who all needed it.
If we're running through a tower or a field at this point or whatever, I feel like at some point Felice will just go, "Where are we running to?" She's like, "What?"
Just follow for now. We shall
Felice is
explain.
flying so blind, guys.
Yeah.
I don't
Right.
think you realize she
Yeah,
didn't
Felice
even
doesn't
know
know
you were gonna
anything.
be here.
Right. Felice doesn't know about the warehouse.
Yeah.
And she's blindly running with you guys, but she's also she's like, because
Okay.
I do-
remember Leah. Big.
Where's he didn't do I didn't see him at all. Is he okay? He didn't die, right?
No.
No.
In case y'all missed her charisma of 7, it's back.
Yeah. We shall be able to explain
No,
more
just
once
kind
we
of
are.
hiss whisper. Can we
Yes.
keep the conversation
Yes.
down, please?
He's trying.
Yeah. Like we'll catch you up back at the warehouse. That's
Mm.
where Leah
Okay.
is. Aiden's alive.
Smash cut to the warehouse, and the accountant and Leah are like bouncing coins into a glass or something.
Basically.
Playing beer
okay,
pong, it's
so
fine.
Now they're
Most
having
of
a
you are-
jam session with Leah's drum, and who knows what
Mhm.
this guy does.
He is
But yeah.
really good with numbers, and he likes to drink. That's about. the
So they
summary
created
of
Daft
his
Punk.
personality.
That's how this goes.
Um,
There you go.
so
Created
with
Daft Punk, is that what you said?
with your magically augmented ability to not be seen, and your general stealthy skill set, and your huge lead, you're able to quickly evade the notice of the group that is coming towards the tower from the city, from this area here. Oh wait, hold on. And from the area there. However, if you are moving towards the river, there are so with the
It's kind of just coming like basically this way. Basically, get towards the river. We're still heading into the city, and just kind of use the river as because that's going to have more likely direct entrances to the sewers, on like the bank there,
right.
that we can just
Yes.
use from that point.
Mm-hmm.
My computer froze. Great.
Uh-oh.
There we go. It's just it's a
But with lights being lit up across the castle walls, and sort of the equivalent of like searchlights and stuff that are being deployed, I will need all of you to make a dexterity stealth check for me.
Really, only me and Velis are the ones that would be actually physically visible.
That is absolutely true. So
Yeah, but
Velis and Darlton,
Does invisible? I was gonna say, doesn't invisibility grant advantage or something?
Mhm.
it does, but for all intents and purposes, like
It's
the
dark
scale
afterwards.
of the river and the map is not 100%. Like it's the river is not really like a tenth of a mile wide. I don't know. Anyways, point being, there's no chance that they're going to see someone invisible.
I rolled a
night.
30.
We've got a head start. It's
26.
dark out and we're invisible.
Jeez.
Velis rolls a 30.
The two rogues, okay?
Surprise!
True.
Wait, Darlton, did you say 6 or 26?
26.
Okay. All right. That is a very big difference between those two numbers.
Yeah.
That's in the bucket.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's searchlights that are kind of moving around, looking for something, looking for someone. And at some point, you can all see the skyship like just slowly come to a stop and like grind through like a couple 100 feet of the plowed fields and like plow them even further, crushing plants and vegetables and fruits and all the things. There's
if
like
Felix can notice this, she's just gonna be like,
and
dying.
yeah, you can all readily get back into the city and then take a circuitous route back around to the warehouse in your previous Darlton's hideout in the Rose.
Okay, Erin has
Since
to
we're
go
in the
for
sewers,
fire alarm.
Dalton may.
Apparently,
Uh-oh. A what?
I was gonna say,
Fire alarm.
in her apartment.
Yeah.
apparently.
Okay.
While
Uh-oh.
she's doing that, Weary is technically visible because 5th level only gets everyone else, but she's up in
Right.
the air and avoiding going anywhere near those searchlights. And also, I rolled a 27.
Okay.
Sorry, chat. Just to let you
Okay.
know, my fire alarm is going off in my apartment building, so I might need to step out for a second.
Ooh, is
So-
even the stream running though?
Yeah.
Break now, we can all watch.
I mean, it's not like I can take my entire computer downstairs
We
with me and
have the
save
power
all this
now.
shit either way.
Yeah.
So at least I have a record.
Right. For insurance purposes.
Yeah.
Well, I think she had her headphones on, so she can still hear us. That
She
is
took
until the
them off.
fire. Oh, okay. I was gonna say at least until the fire gets to her router, then she's offline.
Yeah, I think her headphones are hooked up to her computer, so she wouldn't be able to hear us
Okay.
Out of
when
range
she
of the
left her
computer, yeah.
apartment.
All right.
She doesn't do what I do. I just use my phone.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because Haku makes me get up occasionally, so I'm like,
Yeah.
better to be on my phone.
All right.
Where is our drop point compared to the direction we're coming from?
For the item,
Yeah.
I believe it was arranged for in the gardens. If I'm
Okay.
not forgetting. So
Okay.
Way out there.
So,
actually, instead of going to the
to
Rose,
correct
if you go
that,
to
I
the
wouldn't-
gardens.
I would have, because it's been so fucking long. I had forgotten that we specifically had a plan of where we were going, and I would have intended to go there.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
was gonna
for
say,
sure.
you know,
I
I forgot too.
Johnson would have brought that
I
up
did too.
in character
Right.
once we got into the sewers.
100%. I mean, you
Maybe
could say that
it's
it's been a
blind.
while.
Yeah.
All right.
Mostly
So
'cause
Faye's
he
just kind of following
after
along.
all of this unexpected developments, he just wants to make sure the job gets done. At
Can
this
I
point,
also point out the highly amusing fact that I don't think anybody answered her when she asked if Aiden died?
Oh,
You did.
I did.
Curious that he.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, did anybody, or is she just like, wait, did he really die?
Yeah, no, I think Elias was like 5 minutes
Okay.
still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody said he was
Okay,
fine.
good. 'Cause
So,
I'm just like, oh boy.
ducking into the sewers through the narrows rather than from the docks, you do actually end up making use of some of the previously arranged passages and are able to, unmolested by any shore wardens or Zalezo, emerge into the gardens in the shadows of a very, very large estate that is far from patrols, far from lights, and there is the aforementioned drop point, where basically it was just leave it there, and there'll be a contact or someone that will come by at some point to pick it up. basically a small chest under a bush.
Seems great. So did we make it to whatever place? Is that what we were?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I feel
'Cause
like
I'm
after
Because I'm just like, if we are, we're in the sewers. Is that where we are?
You took the sewers
Or we took the sewers to get there.
to get where you were going. Yes.
Okay.
Like, instead of getting into the sewers from the docks, you ended up getting into the sewers from the Narrows. That may have been a problem, but Darlton knows the city really well. So I'm just kind of hand waving. It's not really much of an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Darlton basically just kind of stare at it for a minute and then just kind of turn to the group and like, under normal circumstances, I would trust things to be done as usual. But after tonight, may just wait around and see that it gets picked up properly. You guys can head back if you want.
By the
Yeah.
way,
Waving
I'm
at her.
gonna walk up to Darlton and go, "Hi, I'm Feely. Excited to travel with these guys. Who are you?"
I'm Darlton K.
Well, that's more than he's
Nice
given
to
us
meet you,
so far.
Darlton. Thank you for helping us. I guess I'm really not sure actually what you guys were doing there, but it's nice to meet you. So yeah, what? I mean, I know we don't even have everybody. You said Aiden is somewhere, and Leah is still with you guys, and she's somewhere too. And Keegan, it's nice to see you back too. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Look, is it just me, or I feel like I'd rather not have this
Oh, I hear
conversation here.
silence.
I hear
I know.
silence.
Oh no.
Oh no.
There's an actual fire.
Why don't you all head back, catch up your druid friend, and I'll meet up with you before morning, hopefully, unless you guys are all asleep.
Do you put the box in the chest, or?
I leave
you
it
hold
where
on
it's
to it?
supposed to be, but I will find
Okay.
a place to hide out and just make sure it gets picked up without incident.
Gotcha. Probably about a minute after you put it in there, very likely when all of you are kind of standing around talking, you see the chest walking out of the bush and just like move and then start to pick up speed as it begins to run.
I would recognize the mechanics of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
well,
it's not like 2 legs and 2 arms. It's actually
spidery.
more like it's spidery. Very, very, very much the quartermaster's shtick. Although more technically wouldn't be a spider because there's only 6 legs rather than 8.
An ant.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that takes care of that.
Interesting.
That was convenient, at least.
Let's just get
Not
back.
sure.
I don't want to be out here.
It's been a night.
Come on. Yeah.
Let's
Back to
Putting
the
it
house.
lightly.
somewhere.
You do notice, however, it doesn't like run towards the city. It kind of actually runs towards where the cliffs and stuff are. So if you all remember the rough geography and landscape of Port Damali, the garden
Witch Hazel was?
is all no. Yeah, you probably know. So this is a complete 2D top down view, but generally speaking, the castle and the gardens are elevated. It basically it's like the docks are kind of low sea level, and it's as you get into the pews and the part of the yellow and the red, it starts getting a really steep incline to the point where the gardens, there's actually like 50-60 foot cliffs where the gardens meet the sea. It's like a big bluff kind of thing. And so this chest, this animated chest is like making a beeline basically just straight for the far end of the gardens away from the rest of the city. And you know that the quartermaster, at least temporarily, has been somewhere in the Rose, much like yourself. and it's moving away from that direction.
Is that a...
That's
can't tell
just
if that's...
information.
Okay.
What you want to do with that
Just like,
information
does
is
that mean
entirely
something's
up to
wrong?
you. It's just that's
that's
where it's going. You can choose to follow it if you want. You don't have to. I'm simply saying it, like the metal, the brass etching sort of around the edges, kind of like peeled off of it, and then like turned into the 6 legs, and it lifted itself up and started running, and it's running off in that direction.
That's supposed to happen.
I've seen Stranger.
I don't mean that it's strange. I mean, is it right?
I assume that's what's supposed to happen.
You know?
Darlton?
I will check in with him later. I have some other business I want to talk to him about.
Very well.
Let's go to hell to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk about also before you
Everything
had
hurts.
tantrum.
Okay.
I wonder
So, wait,
why.
did we go back to the warehouse then?
Now
You're
we are.
now,
Heading back.
Oh, we're heading back,
narratively
okay.
speaking,
It was sounding like we were going to sleep for a second, and I was like, where? In the middle of the road? I'm confused. Okay.
So there's a
Still
light.
keeping an eye out for my errand boy. You know, if he's kind of running around blind, to head him off.
If we were all grouped up together and then we are now heading out to location B or whatever, if we're still trying to be stealthy, even though I know that we're apparently good at that, Felice can cast Pass Without Trace though, just to
Just to
if
help.
Would
that's
not be
apparently
unappreciated.
a thing
Yeah,
that
no,
we
that'd be
want
handy.
to do. She will now that she knows, because like I thought about it earlier, but I was like, half of us are invisible and we're spread out, and who knows who I'm gonna catch. But now it's like, okay, if they all stopped in a singular location, yes, she will cast Pass Without Trace.
Unless Wuria would have cast the spell again, it would have run out before you even left the sewers. It's a circuitous route through there.
Yeah, we're not invisible. No one's invisible anymore.
But it's fine. At this point, you're just people walking through the city. Late at night, but that's not unheard of in a place like this.
And we're
But
coming
you
from like,
avoid-
the opposite direction of the craziness.
Right. You avoid any Zalezo patrols, and any attention from the authorities. So you can very readily get to the warehouse without an incident, where the accountant at this point, being so late, is conked out and asleep.
Well, I feel like that's just as well.
Well, that.
So we are back at the warehouse now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I was like making sure before I started like talking for Leah.
Right.
That's where she is, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Oh, good. You've returned. We're not invisible anymore, right?
No.
No.
Okay. Just double checking of like, you'll have to forgive me with names. Now I'm gonna have a conversation with myself, but the small one is with you again.
Gonna just throw the
Bailey's
bag down
problem.
on the table.
Felice!
You're welcome. He's like full body cast.
Are you all right?
Really fine.
How bad is Elias looking?
Bad.
40 hit points
Leah's gonna.
Yeah, we're all kind of rough
Leah's gonna-
still.
out of 134.
Yeah,
I
Leah's
don't have
gonna
a
just
record
walk
of
over
Bellis's
and,
HP.
lay on hands on Elias a little bit here.
I mean, I
I
can heal
don't-
myself too.
I don't have a
Yes,
record
but
of what my
it's
HP was
Leah,
at.
So Leah's gonna,
Yeah, I was
unless
just
somebody
saying,
looks
well,
worse than
pretty well.
Elias. Which I
Yeah,
think
he
Elias
was a
got hit pretty bad.
fucking dumbass
Yeah.
as usual.
She'll dump
For
20
now.
lay on hands in there.
I think that vampire probably did a real big number on Purnell, if I remember correctly. So she's probably just resting.
Yeah. Oh, I saved a little bit of them, so yeah, we can check when
Yeah.
it gets back. So yeah, you get 20 hit points, Maggie.
Cool.
I take it you were successful. I mean, you look a bit battered, but you're all here, so.
There were unforeseen complications, but yes, the job was completed.
Good. Meanwhile, Felice will chime in. So now, can we? I know it's late and we're tired, but seriously, what was that? And if you weren't there because of the plant things, then what brought you there?
So,
I mean, it's a funny
well,
coincidence, but
we were there looking for something. You remember the brain fart name?
Quartermaster.
Brain fart name.
Quartermaster. My brain just went, names do not exist.
that's okay. I'm like, sure.
You remember the Quartermaster, right, Felice?
Does she? Because Player Me is like, that's a name I've heard. I have no idea who that actually is.
Felice was here the first time through Port Damali, so she would remember.
Okay. That's social. Uh-huh.
Well, things have changed a bit in the city, and
so I've heard. Some people took my plants.
Yes, people did take the plants.
Yeah.
We knew you would not be happy about that. He asked us to acquire something that was on that ship. That is what we just dropped off.
Hopefully, okay. So you got it before I smashed it to smithereens. Got it. Good.
Yes. Yes.
She was about to feel really bad.
That's why we were chasing our undead nightmare.
I have thrown the bag from the ship onto the table and just found a place to sit down in a corner, just out of the way.
So we got it, but then well, that asshole, I suppose, stole it, and so we chased him. That's why we had to chase him. And that's sort of long and short of it. We were doing a job for the quartermaster. Is why we were there, but I mean, I suppose I can guess why you were there because there were more of the puppet fish people, but
yeah, I heard they were back. Speaking of which, were there any animals around anywhere? Can I lean out a window and find a squirrel or something?
This time of night, your
or a
best
nocturnal animal,
A rat.
A rat, a something.
Yes, you can very likely find something. A rat is most likely going to be the thing. Like you can probably squeak, and there'd be a rat in the warehouse itself. That would come to. I mean, it's just at this point, at this level, Felice is just sort of like a Snow White level of
yes,
kind of like animal attraction. If you want there to be an animal there, an animal will be there. I mean,
okay.
it's like a a city sewer rat, but you know. So it squeaks with like a Jersey accent, basically.
So okay, this says I'm looking at Animal Messenger. It says you specify a location which you must have visited. If I know it's somewhere in the town, does that count as the location? Because apparently it can go up to like
it's miles.
Yeah, it's like 50 miles or something. So I'm like,
you'd have to know it.
Like, do I have to know exactly where in the town, or the fact that I know it's in Port Damali?
If the spell description says a location that you visited, it would have to be a location that you visited, like you, Felice.
The specific location. It sounds like
Port Damali. Like if you use Port Damali as the destination, then okay, it's in Port Damali. You know.
Well, okay, so it says you specify a location which you must have visited and a
hold on a
recipient
second.
who matches a general description.
First, tell me instead the spell that you want to use. Tell me what you're trying to do.
I want to send some critter to hopefully tell the drowned prince I'll be there tomorrow.
Okay. The
Knowing
problem
what I
with
know
that,
about the drowned prince, I am hoping that an animal knows him.
the problem with that is what you know about the drowned prince, is that
Or I'm trying
a
to remember
rat would
how I
have a
was
hard
contacted in the first place.
an animal messenger.
Okay. Meaning that's why
Actually,
I'm like, if that's how I was contacted in the first place, I'm hoping. I mean, I know it's a shot in the dark. The animal might have no idea, but
okay. So you have an idea, and you can send the animal messenger, and
yes,
it takes off.
Yeah. I mean, I've not met him, but I know enough of. I could give a description.
Right. It's druid magic.
I like the messenger speaks only to a creature matching the description you gave, meaning it might not be the right one, but if it matches the description, it gets the weird message.
Right.
Even if it's a particularly dumb changeling.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that would be a fun day. What?
So how did you said something? How did you find out they were back?
Well, I mean, like you just saw, animals talk to me sometimes. They like us druid folk. And somebody named the Drowned Prince heard about me. Heard that I was the one who had blessed the land to begin with, and alerted that the land was changing and that there was some weird the fish things that he had heard that we fought off were also coming back. And I guess basically asked for help. Yes.
That's
You've
the
heard of him?
the one that my brother was proselytizing about, right?
Yeah. The priest guy.
Brendan?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Okay, well that's
You've heard of him?
Yeah, last time we were here.
My brother was working with a man who. My brother's here, and that's also complicated.
Yeah, I feel like there's a story behind that.
Yeah, apparently he's a wanted criminal, but he's not actually a criminal. He's, basically leading a revolution after they stole your plants. And...
Oh, so he's working with the Drowned Prince. That makes sense.
Oh, so
I mean, the Drowned Prince
stealing your plants?
I mean, no, he's not leading a revolution. He's so from what I've gathered, the mean people took the plants that I gave to the poor people, and so the people that got the short end of the stick, basically the Drowned Prince has been sheltering them and helping them out, and he's he wants to look out for the people that need the looking out for. It sounds like so.
Then maybe
I've not actually met him, but I've heard about him. Hopefully I'll meet him soon. So, but you said your brother knows him?
Well, my brother last time we were in Port Damali, I went for a walk and I ran into my brother. And he was, I guess, preaching is the best word I could think of on the street about the Drowned Prince. And he seemed happy. And then when we came back, there were wanted posters for him, but I found out it's because he's leading a revolution. So I guess my brother knows him, or at least knows of him. I don't know. I didn't know the Drowned Prince was like a entity you could physically know. Usually gods aren't so entities you can physically know.
Gods?
Well, I mean, preachers.
He's not a god. He's like, helping out a group of people. But I mean, I don't know anybody who worships sea otters.
Sea otters?
What? Wait.
I don't think I've had enough sleep for this.
Thorlton will probably choke on his drink when he hears that.
Snakes in the background.
A sea otter.
I mean, not like a little critter one, but like, so you know how some animals, like like wolves, can get like super big and stuff.
Dire sea otter.
Yeah, that's the word. Yes. And this one is apparently intelligent enough that he can speak and communicate. Hence the name. I mean, hence the fact that he has a name.
Wait, so this guy was a priest of an otter?
Of a dire, hyper intelligent dire sea otter.
I mean,
also, whatever you're drinking, I want some.
Church. Priest seems like a weird word, though.
I'll just wordlessly hand it over to him.
I'm gonna start chugging.
I assume the Drowned Prince was some sort of godlike entity. It's because
they seem to be like proselytizing about him.
When you like stand on a street corner and tell people
the good
word. that's for a god, not an extremely intelligent dire otter.
I mean,
you guys have no idea how long I've been sitting on this information, by the way. I have known what the Drowned Prince is for so long now. And I love it. Anyways.
So that's a surprise. If I get to talk to my brother, I will have to ask him if he knows that the Drowned Prince is in fact a dire sea otter. But I don't know if he knows him or just knows of him. I don't know if the man that my brother was working with knows him. I have no idea.
Well, I mean, he's essentially indirectly he's the one who asked me to come here, so I intend to at least check in with him and see who needs the help and where I can help the most. Obviously, he's much more familiar with the area than I am, and it's been a while, and obviously it's changed since the last time I was here. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys would be welcome to come along. I'm not entirely sure the best place to find him, but I mean, between talking to plants and talking to the animals, I figure I can find him.
I mean,
Y'all are intending on getting involved with this revolution, then?
I mean, I didn't hear anything about a revolution. He just wanted to help the people. And I mean,
I don't think
yeah,
it's a revolution
if your brother...
yet.
I don't know.
He just asked
He's
for
trying
help
to start
and
a revolution.
And I don't know if more of these puppet fish people are going to show up again. And on top of the land, and I don't know if they're connected at all, and I'm not sure how they would be, but yeah, but yeah, I definitely need to. I want to do what I can to fix this issue with these plants that I clearly did not give to the rich people, but rich people think that they can
when we got here, we thought you might be a little bit upset, more than a little bit upset about that state of affairs.
We were a little worried about having to tell you.
Oh, don't worry, they already told me. And you were right in me being a little upset. I mean, you guys saw that storm earlier. Don't piss off the druids, man. I was like, what was there saying? Don't mess with druids?
Yeah.
Don't fuck with druids.
Tarleton catches himself nodding and just stops.
Well, I guess we're not doing anything else tonight. I'm pretty tired, and I think everyone
yes,
else
we
is too,
should probably sleep. But I mean, there's quite a bit to catch up on. You all have.
I could take days.
Been through quite a bit, and it seems, and Cortanus has wings, and
currently Cortanus is on fire, but
it's Purnell now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Purnell.
Right. Wait,
you missed a lot.
Wait, there's a lot
She
to
remembered
tell
her name.
Oh, like her actual name.
Full name.
Like.
Well, and her sister is the Raven Queen.
Yeah.
Apparently, we met her. That was a whole thing.
Okay.
A thing.
So you're telling me that the crazy story here is that the Drowned Prince is a dire sea otter, and the crazy story is not that Purnell's sister is the Raven Queen? We have a lot.
A while ago.
That was also a crazy story, but that's the crazy story that we've all sort of come to terms with at this point, except for
yeah,
you.
we forget that it was, you know.
So we haven't had
until
a
you
chance
say it out
to,
loud, and then you're like, oh yeah, that is pretty wild.
Yeah, we haven't really had a chance to come to terms with the drowned.
That's our weird man.
Entire sea
That's
otter.
why I do nature. Nature just makes so much more sense.
But yeah, no, Purnell's sister is the Raven Queen. And we went to the Shadowfell, and
it was a lot.
It was a lot.
Dalton is like, that's true. Dalton's getting the info done too. I'm just like, who are these
he's
freaks?
just taking this in.
After realizing this, I just hand the flask back. You need this more than I do.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Immediately goes for.
Oh,
I mean, he's a little weirded out, but he's definitely paying attention to the conversation.
I lived, bitch.
Yay, you're not on
You have passed through fire.
Mm-hmm.
You missed that the drowned prince is actually a dire sea otter.
Oh, god damn it. Are you fucking kidding me? Excuse me, I need one of these now. I'm just gonna...
Sea otter.
He is a dire sea otter that is intelligent enough that he is able to communicate, and hence has given himself the name, or has the name, I don't know. But he's the one who basically asked Felice to come and help with things because they were going to hell in a handbasket together.
Okay then.
Now knows that your sister is the Raven Queen.
Yeah, and that you're Purnell because she asked about Cortana's having wings.
Oh, god damn it.
And it was like,
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we've decided you don't get dozed off for part of this conversation is what
Okay.
we're assuming.
Which, by the way,
also in honor of Weir, yeah.
This is super low on hit points. Leah would have dumped the last remaining 10 of her lay on hands into Cortana.
I know Velis was super low at one point. I don't know if
yeah.
any healing.
Purnell's okay.
Between fights, I think.
Purnell's low, but she's not, like, in single digits or anything.
I don't know how low he is, yeah.
Oh, we're getting along the rest of it.
I mean,
Yep.
Spend the whole night telling Felice about everything and forget to sleep.
Yeah.
But we should probably sleep and then talk more.
Sleep's a good idea.
I assume we're fairly safe here. So. And it's dry, which is good. Dry is good.
I guess.
Of course,
you
she's
just have
in
to
the
think
night.
a minute, like,
I don't need to be dry.
Felice is like, but water.
Probably go through the what we picked up in the morning.
Yeah, I think we just sort of conk out at this point.
Yep.
Where you may or may not have dreams about sea otters talking to her brothers. We're not
I
sure.
think, honestly, the last part of the conversation, Velis has probably been just dozing off in his corner.
Elias is probably too. Just like on, I don't know if there's a sofa or something that he probably crashed.
Probably a very
onto.
crappy one, but
Yeah, I mean, it's a flat surface that's relatively soft.
yeah, if everybody else is passed out, Dalton will probably go to whatever equates to his private chambers. And start packing up some of his stuff.
Is the accountant still?
Oh yeah, he's passed out.
Okay. I mean, I feel like since Leah didn't have quite the eventful day, if Darlton goes to start packing up, she's probably not fully conked out yet, and she may just.
This
what
is
are we
back
doing with...
in his own room. That he's.
Well, okay, but
this
if
is
he
out of sight
gets
from
to
the
go
group.
up, if he gets to go up and leave, on his way out, Leah would ask, or just, what are we doing with this one exactly? Pointing to the accountant.
Whenever he wakes up, he's free to go.
All right.
Wherever he goes, it's up to him.
Sure. Okay. So, you know.
It's basically he'll go back, start packing up some of his stuff, including this one long black leather coat. He'll just hold it out for a minute, just kind of look at it. Right then, fold it up, put it in the bag with everything else. And then once he's done with that, he'll go to bed.
Elias is just passed out on the crappy sofa.
Velis is passed out against a wall on the floor. No fucks given. Just fell asleep there.
Yeah, it's not comfortable by any means. It's not made for a group of people to be sleeping and comfortable, but
Now we're getting a long rest. Got 9 hours
I mean,
in the
everybody
wings.
has probably their own sleeping packs and stuff, so.
Yeah.
All right. There it all is. It's all laid out across the table over breakfast.
Yes, please do that because I have no idea besides otter.
Huh?
Brendan had sent the contents of what we found in Discord. Is what he
Okay.
Yeah, no, I saw.
We can also talk through the more specific details of things when we're now have had time to think about it. For a
Yes,
minute.
exactly.
So we get a long rest.
Yes.
Yay, long rest.
Oh, fucking yeah.
I was very low on spell slots, so
As was I. I was basically down to
the
first
low
levels.
but like my high levels were all burned.
I had a few second levels, but I was out of almost everything else.
I imagine did we grab that asshole's staff?
Velis, I would imagine.
Phrasing?
I was gonna say, I would assume Velis took whatever.
Yeah, that was the only thing he had, actually. Also,
I imagine somebody would want to identify that in the morning.
I didn't want to interrupt with this, but the strange-looking staff that Velis brought back with him, is giving you a super bad vibe.
Cool.
Fun. Yeah. So.
I mean, as morning wakes up, Weary would probably just start identifying, casting Identify repeatedly because it's a ritual spell on all the things.
So yeah, if she gets to the staff and that's giving off bad vibes, she's just be careful with that one, Weary. It's not good, whatever it is.
What should I not? Do you want me to figure out what it is? Or
I mean, I don't know the nature of the spell that you cast, but just be careful. Like, I know I'm pretty sure Identify is safe, but Leah's just like,
I mean, so Weary will very cautiously, like very lightly, because she does have to touch it.
Yeah,
just very lightly touch it and cast the spell, the Identify spell on it.
Probably evil. Whatever the heck it is.
What the hell?
Emanating. It's your best guess is that this thing is intelligent in some way, shape, or form. As you finish casting the spell, you know that this is a mage's staff. You know that it is very necromantic in some way, and that it's intelligent. But you also know that it is magically withholding its information. And it does not want you to know what it is. but it also you get the sense of just being like as soon as you touched it, there's like a sort of a mental contact, and then like it's like the equivalent of sort of like like from you.
Icky.
Oh man,
Yeah.
too goody two shoes for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goodness.
So what you get, the information that you get from it is that it has a name. It is known as Gravelight. It was crafted. It's a necromancer staff. It's intelligent, and it has absolutely zero interest in having anything to do with you.
So no one else should touch this. No one else should touch this. Just don't. So you know how sometimes like items have their own mind, I guess. They're intelligent. Yeah. This thing is
sentient.
More person than
So
object.
we should get
and it's really bad, and I really don't like it. But it
well,
does
no
have a
one's
name.
gonna touch it, then why are we going to keep it?
Destroy it.
Yeah. It has a name. Its name is Gravelight, so I don't know if that's useful.
That sounds great.
I don't.
Does that sound familiar to me at all?
I say, does that ring any bells?
I wanna try and use my grim psychometry on this.
Oh yeah.
I would say, Elias, you can definitely make a intelligence religion or intelligence history.
Religion is better.
And Darlton, you could do the same. I don't know what you said. I want to use my thing on this. I have no idea what that thing is. Okay.
I get advantage if I'm trying to recall information about basically a dark history.
For sure. You can definitely do that.
Yeah.
15.
Okay.
Religion.
Yeah, you're not pulling anything up.
15 as well. History.
Gotcha. The name Gravelight doesn't come up, but it seems appropriate for a intelligent staff wielded by necromancers or crafted by a necromancer.
Would I know anything about how you go about destroying something like this?
Yeah.
Well, since it's an intelligent item,
that makes it harder.
It makes it a little bit harder. Like you can't just throw dispel magic at it. So something of powerful supernatural strength could snap it, but that's like, dragon style, something of celestial nature could probably break it in some way, shape, or form, or a dragon. A long series of rituals might be able to contain it, but actual destruction, you're probably going to need some assistance from something divine or near divine.
Let me fucking add it.
Wrap it up in
and bury it.
Yeah.
Fucking bury it.
Bury it's an option, or figure out a way to get rid of it.
Sorry, I didn't actually follow all of that.
It's a sentient magic item that is
an evil sentient magic item.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
I was just trying to follow why we were bury it.
Because
it's very hard to get rid of.
So
I mean,
so
we'll look at the group and basically
because
say
I'm playing a druid.
This does not go to anyone else.
I mean, I could.
Let's
I'm definitely very interested in doing that.
For now, and get it out of. Just keep it out of reach of anybody.
Oh, who's gonna carry it then?
You could put it back in the bag of holding.
Yeah, I can put it in the bag.
I mean, I will throw out there. I could try summoning something. Meta terms, I have planar ally, not prepared, but
you can do that.
I could try.
I'm sitting here currently going through my spell list and choosing my spells for the day too, and I'm just like, well,
I would have to. I can't do it today, but
Darlton, you know for a fact that not. I mean, a number of people that you know would do anything to get their hands on this thing.
Oh,
both for research purposes or profit purposes, or
this is one of those things that I'm not letting get away from me for personal reasons. This is not business. This is
personal.
I'm conflicted because me, the player, wants to touch it, but
you're not a grave cleric anymore. You gave up that life.
Even if Elias is still a grave cleric,
this is suggesting a way if he has that beans, like.
Yeah.
How soon?
I mean, it's not a guarantee because we'd have to ask it.
Worth a shot.
The celestial, whatever I end up summoning, but it's worth a shot.
It's the best option we have with our resources, I think.
What was it?
Yeah. Just can't do it today.
What were you?
Planar ally.
Oh, okay.
I can summon it's you entreat an otherworldly being for aid, and the entity sends a celestial, an elemental, or a fiend loyal to it to aid you, making the creature appear in an occupied space within range. You can say the creature is under no compulsion to behave in a particular way, but you can ask it to perform a service in exchange for payment. So,
what type of payment?
Depends on the being.
Creature?
Yeah.
Well, would we know someone that would definitely want this destroyed? That would do so for less of a charge?
Quick question to the DM.
There is the Temple of the Raven Queen in Portimao.
There is the Temple of the Raven Queen.
They would. She
does one more favor.
Is everyone's just not throwing it out just randomly around, right? Oh,
there was a question, request for a question or something.
There was, and then I never mind because I'm reading through spells and I had a question, but then Raven Queen was mentioned and I was like, that's a better idea, anyways.
Okay. She does not like stuff like this, so.
Did we long rested, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the morning. Everyone's having breakfast.
Okay.
Going through your new toys.
We're identifying all the things.
New toys.
Right. So in case you haven't clicked on the things, I think I talked about the bronze skin from before. Yeah. It's like a liquid skin that becomes a permanent bronze.
Yes. I remember you saying that. Yeah.
That gives you a +2 to your armor class permanently. And then there's the magic drum. And then there's another item. It's basically a magic bracer that can fire, that can shoot like a hand crossbow once per turn, once per attack action.
Ice bolts.
Yeah, little icicle
cool.
thingies. But you can wield it while using something in your hand, as long as it's not a shield.
Very cool.
Huh.
So it's basically like, for all intents and purposes, mechanically speaking, it's like a hand crossbow. But you can only fire it once per round because you have to like load it, quote unquote, by concentrating on it. So you can't like pew pew pew.
Yeah.
It's
But
a bracer.
still,
It's like the Ezio crossbow, isn't it? Isn't that like what Zephyr has done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, except it literally like coalesces a spike of ice above it and then fires it out.
Ice Ezio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than a mechanical crossbow.
Well, yes. Yeah.
So what out of this do we owe the other group?
Oh, right.
We need
Didn't they already take
them?
No, I thought the other group.
We would give them a cut once we got everything.
Oh, so this is everything that we got in total, not necessarily just our cut. Okay.
So in addition to these various special items, there are numerous, basically magic simple weapons and light armor, like multiple spears, maces.
I was like, this list is impressive, but for that to be everything off the ship, I was like,
that's all the unique stuff.
Yeah,
that's the unique stuff. But there's, for all intents and purposes, like the equivalent of like dozens of basic magic.
Yeah.
You know,
Not
basic
gonna lie,
enchantment type
Felice is
stuff.
over here eyeing this magic kelp stuff. Just saying.
The siege
The living
stage.
kelp net. She's just
Yeah.
like.
It's basically it's an implement. So just like you would have something that would let you cast a spell without using spell components, it's like that, except it's like a two-handed version.
Okay.
So you use that as your material in place of your material component.
Okay, because it says that you can spend a charge to double the dimensions or range on a spell.
Right.
as
Yeah,
well.
it has 3 charges. It gets 1 per day. I didn't draft it up in D&D Beyond. I just but it doesn't require or it does require attunement.
Like that would be useful.
Yeah.
If you don't attune to it, you can still use it as an implement, but you can't use the charge ability for it.
I think he's
Okay,
got-
so you can use everything but the charge ability, or
Yeah, so it by default, by using this, it doubles the range of your cantrips and lets you reroll 1s and 2s, but it is a two-handed implement, and you can't use other things in your hands.
right.
But if you attune to it, you can then actually use its ability to amplify the damage on spells that you cast that also let you reroll the 1s and 2s, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Cantrips by default spend a charge, and you can do it on any spell that you cast.
Okay. That could be useful.
I feel like none of this stuff stands out to me, so I'm probably just checking out the orb out of curiosity.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Weird gets to that orb, like, what happens if she tries to identify that orb?
It doesn't have any magical properties that you can identify.
Not
You just get the general. Yeah, you just get the general sense that there's something magical in nature about it, but it's not like it's an enchanted item.
Just sitting there, kind of turning it over, trying to
Yeah.
Really
look at
weird.
it.
It's magic, but not magic. So okay, and she's like sort of explaining it to Velas as he's turning it over, because why not? So I didn't really get much off an identify spell, but it's magic somehow, but it's not like she gestures at the other things. It's not like, you know, all of these where they're like they have like things they do.
It seems like a weird thing to keep locked in a chest then.
Dang it, I didn't.
I mean, strange magic item that I can't identify is kind of concerning, not gonna lie. Usually
I can
that works.
try. I mean, I don't know if I would have thought to prepare legend lore.
I know that's what I'm sitting here going. I'm like, I wonder.
I would
what
say
lore
yes,
would do
because
it.
you've got a whole because you were
do
spending the
have a
morning
lot of things.
casting spells and identifying things. So
Yeah, I guess if we knew we were going into, I just didn't
Casting identify.
change it myself.
basically.
So I'll just do that first.
Yeah, like that's what I was assuming is like whereas like, you know, taking a bite, then casting identify, then taking another bite of breakfast.
Right.
And casting identify.
it's like doing your homework or something while you're eating.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly like that. Because it's a lot of shit to identify.
You're that guy from the one Harry Potter movie that's like reading a quantum physics book and going like this and stirring his thing with magic.
Okay, I do have ivory for legend lore, so yes, I can.
Okay.
I'm not handing it to Elias, I'm just holding it out so he can
Do I need
do
to
it.
hold? Hold on, let me. I don't remember if I have to hold it to do legend lore.
Oh no!
No.
My mac and cheese fell into my dice and I don't have a napkin, so I need to
Oh,
go
no.
get a napkin.
Oh no.
Mac and cheese.
Oh, no, it says I cast it on myself. So the range is self, so I guess I don't need to actually touch the thing.
Well, yeah, you don't even necessarily have to have the object in front
That's
of you.
true, yeah, I
It's
just
just kind
have
of
to-
you.
yeah.
Right.
I want to find out information about this thing.
This thing. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah. It's just like it works or it doesn't.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, Maria is a bit weirded out by this because I don't think she's ever cast identify on something that was magic that then didn't.
all right.
Like,
well, yeah.
Even
I'll
the
go.
staff, it was like, oh, this is an evil sentient item. This thing, she's just like, it's magic, but I don't know how.
Yeah, which I feel like
It's-
that's
How-
I feel like that's kind
Orbs,
of like
how do they work?
Yeah, it's not enchanted, but it does have a magical essence to it.
So yeah,
And
I'll go ahead.
identify will
Weird enough.
help you identify like the enchantments and magic
Right.
about it. Yeah,
I'll go
But
ahead
she's
and
kind of
cast.
weirded out.
definitely,
She doesn't know what
definitely,
it is.
very much.
So yeah, I'll go ahead and cast Legend Lore
Okay.
on the crystal that looks like an eye.
Okay. All right.
Creepy eye crystal.
You cast the spell,
Actually, trying to do this.
and for a moment, because like, what you get at first is an overwhelming odor of brine, of the sea. It's like it's stronger than when you were pushed up against the bottom of the dock. It's just that strong. And you just get this overwhelming wave of coldness, of being chilled to the bone. And you there's a brief moment where you almost feel like you're drowning. And it's less of a narration, and it's more the sense of a darkness, a presence, a power that is trapped and sealed away, a creation of the gods that was abandoned and forgotten, that seeks to become known again. And definitely something associated with one of the betrayer gods.
You good?
Napa.
That
Please
was a
put that in the
reaction.
bag of holding. Just point at them.
Immediately will do that.
No.
Just
And, like,
no.
And
Probably
for a
put it away
moment,
from the wall.
Velis, as like you grab it and go to put it in the bag of holding, you just get this like flash in your mind of sort of just blackness. But this isn't like the dark, underdark blackness that you're used to. This is like you almost instinctively recognize it as like ocean, like the deep, lightless depths, and then just sort of this eye, yellow serpent's eye opening.
Drop it into the bag.
Okay, I was about to say, if he's not, I will pick
Yeah.
it up and put it in the bag.
No,
It's very much like the whole Lord of the Rings. You get close to touching the ring, and all of a sudden you see the Eye of Sauron in your mind. It's like that.
I would start to put it in the bag and seeing that, just drop it really abruptly. The hell was that?
Seems we acquired quite a few alarming items.
Old and connected to the betrayer gods. Not sure which one.
Wherefore doth we always find such things?
I don't know what thing that's sealing in, but I don't think I want to find out.
I mean,
So
that is that
that
I want,
what
but it's
the
not.
not zombies were after last night, then?
Think so.
There
Great.
was-
So we had two powerful magic relics and two different parties converging on the same.
Basically, yeah.
Cool.
And now we
There was
have
an
them.
eye.
That's connected to. Oh, I felt water and I smelled sea water
Deep
and
ocean.
cold and.
Do not take that back to the
Don't
ocean.
take it back to no. We should take
Just
that.
out of
over.
curiosity, hearing Elias mention things about water, I feel like probably not, but who knows? Would Felice have a
That would definitely be a
heard
nature check
of-
at advantage. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey!
I was like, water things, big eyes.
Big
Has
old.
Felice ever heard of anything like that?
Something
Like,
old and
Being a
sealed
water
away.
Ashari, the thing is, the water Ashari are not based in the Lucidian Ocean.
well,
They're
yes,
based out of the Osmit Sea. But
but just
I would
water.
that
in
is a good
general.
call.
There may be legends about.
Yeah.
Let's go,
Maybe
Felice.
Use my water D20.
I believe.
I forgot I
Okay.
have a full elemental set of dice.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Nature.
Okay, Ashley.
With advantage.
Yeah.
Shoot, my-
Okay,
yeah, I realized I just did an. Wow. Okay.
Well.
At advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well the second one was crap, but 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
You start thinking about things that are trapped under the ocean, and there's all manner of horrible things under the water that the people on the surface never really understand. Like what the water ashari are actually kind of really
The not
keeping.
magical ocean is terrifying.
Yeah. I mean, and
Damn straight.
we're not even talking about magic. It's just regular things.
Yeah.
Just
But
regular.
all of the pieces
Plain old
kind of
horse.
click, and a name that you heard whispered once. Of a trapped leviathan, but it was always kind of a thing where it was like, that's over in the Lucidian Ocean. That's not our ocean. We don't have to really worry about it, but we've heard about it.
Suddenly realizing, crap, that's this ocean.
Yeah. Like, oh wait.
Oh no.
So yeah, Felice, after hearing you saying all of that, will just kind of to herself just.
What?
It echoed.
Let's see. Water shark.
We all instinctively echo.
Yep.
What? What?
Did anyone else just hear that?
Bad news.
The fuck?
Things. I mean, I've heard stories like, why you don't go swimming at night, because Ukatoa will get you. Things that your parents tell you that you kind of shrug off, and then you keep hearing about. So you're like, maybe there's something to it, but that doesn't live in our ocean. So who needs to worry about it? Except crap, this ocean isn't my ocean.
Felice.
Thanks.
Focus.
Dalton's just like, I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much other than it's bad. Monster thing that I guess is, according to whatever stories are told, it's been trapped in the ocean and you don't want to let it out. Yeah.
I take it those things wanted to let it out.
Probably the kind of thing that puppet fish people and whatever that monstrous shark puppet thing was. Yeah, they would probably be friends with it. So
We do keep running into things that want to launch unspeakable horrors onto the world, don't we?
You are not wrong.
I wonder if I should try.
'Tis odd that it was at the same time.
I'm concerned now.
Talk to your otter friend.
Maybe actually, at the very least, he should probably know about this. I'm wondering
What
though
happened
if
to not taking it near the water?
I didn't say that we were taking it. I asked her to tell.
No, don't take it to the water. But I think if the drowned prince is concerned about the land and the things happening in the water and stuff, he should probably know about this thing being here.
Felice can tell him. I don't have to be there. This doesn't have to be there.
I don't have to be there.
No one is telling you to be there.
I got.
I mean,
other shit. Dude.
I wonder.
Far away.
Fair enough.
How many miles away is Vestra's the water one, right?
Yes.
It's like on the other side of the planet.
Yeah.
For all intents.
Just over there.
Just like Felice is wondering if she should let people at home know, because if anybody can help defend potentially against a thing, it would probably be an army of water ashari that are,
If she says that, we do have
So I was like, I don't know if Felice has an easy way, but somebody probably.
Well, if Felice says that, we have one more sheet of messenger parchment left. It's our last one. You can use that.
Yeah.
You write your message and it turns into a slice anywhere. It's what I used to get to Anessa.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, she
to put your sister on notice.
Like you do.
At least panickedly, mumbling to herself, kind of like, should I let the I forget now what the the warrior elite guardians are called. They have a name. It's in the guidebook.
Port Damali?
No, in
The Shari.
Oh, okay.
I will
The cool
hand.
people
Let the heart of the
that are, like,
tides
the
know.
front line of defense. They have a name.
I will hand Felice a piece of paper and take it out of the party inventory. Oh my god, we have so much money.
We have a
Holy
lot of money.
shit.
We just have to find somewhere to spend that money because we have.
Oh, I ordered things. I have a lot of things on order, actually.
You got clothes and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the things for Elias for the Heroes Feast.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
As I said, and stuff. So, we want to talk to the Drowned Prince, or at least some of us. Maybe Felice, maybe Felice and me, maybe Felice and me and somebody else. I don't know. I am kind of curious because of the connection to my brother. Want to talk to the Drowned Prince?
You should probably look into, yeah.
Elias needs to go to the temple, right?
Elias needs to go to the temple.
Yeah, if we want to take that staff to the temple and see if they can do
I'll come
something
along
about
for
it.
Didn't
that.
the kid ask you
Should I?
to go there too?
Oh yeah, well, did they? I mean, I was gonna stop by and say hello.
Did we ever do the stuff with my name and my brain and names are not working tonight.
Hmm.
Our fortune teller friend.
Witch Hazel?
Oh,
Witch Hazel.
Witch Hazel.
My brain and names are not. I try to go for a name. My brain's just like names do not exist.
The name that makes me chuckle because it's also like, you know,
Did we ever actually do the thing Witch Hazel asked us to do?
Not yet.
Okay.
Also,
so
just to
another thing
note,
to be done.
the walking sort of entrance to her place is like within line of sight to the tower.
Okay.
Which is probably going to have authorities crawling all over it for the foreseeable future.
That sucks.
Man, I was looking at a spell that could so help with that, and I don't want to metagame it, but she at least has a thing that could super help with that. But she wouldn't know about that either, so I feel like that's
do some of us want to take some of the loot over to
Yeah.
so they can get their cut?
I feel like Leah would offer to absolutely help do that because Leah's like, I don't know what else.
I mean, yeah, Leah and Hegan were there before.
I feel like
that's true. They know where they're going. They know the people.
The magic weapons should make them happy, I'm sure.
Yeah. The drum in particular, I think we should keep.
I would not mind. Is anybody else interested in this living kelp stuff? Because this is pretty cool. Says Felice.
Oh, want it.
In terms of like arrangement, very likely tossing them a number of those basic items is probably going to be more than sufficient. If you want to like go above and beyond, a few of the consumables would be more than fair for what they...
I don't have any. Do we have any use for the mariner's leather? Is anybody going to use that?
I mean, it could be useful. It's
what
like,
exactly?
What,
I mean, is that like
armor?
It's basically just studded leather, but with
mariner's
the
leather.
Okay.
Or just leather,
swim
right?
speed.
I mean,
yeah.
That's lets you breathe underwater, I think.
Yeah,
And if you go unconscious, it floats you to the top.
Okay, so that's it's the mariner's armor that
it's literally what
breathe
Felice
underwater.
It's literally what Felice is wearing.
Right.
It does not let you breathe underwater.
It doesn't have any
gives you
+1 to
a
the
swim
AC
speed.
or anything like that. It's just standard studded leather.
Yeah.
It just makes
It's actually not even studded. It's just
it's just regular leather.
So it's not really an upgrade for anybody aside from the swim speed stuff.
As Felice's armor. Felice's
I don't
is
need the swim speed because I have a dagger that gives me freedom of movement underwater.
Well, I don't think Waria would want to trade the.
That's not a swim speed, but
it's yeah. So, I mean, what mine is? It gives you a swim speed equal to your walking speed, and in addition, whenever you start your turn underwater with 0 hit points, it causes you to rise 60 feet towards the surface.
Yeah, that's the exact item.
Yep. Mine's just, I guess, a slightly higher AC because mine is studded because it has shells and stuff. But yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm like,
that would be a
That would be an
not
AC downgrade for a lot of people, I think.
Do we
but I
want
don't
to
know.
figure
I've got
out?
that
Do we want to
fancy
just like go
elven
on a
chain
break and we
right
can
now,
kind of
so.
figure out what we're dividing up?
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
No, it's a good time for
So
break.
good.
Break
We can
time.
decide.
Break.
All right, chat. We'll be back in a
break.
bit. Break time.
Say
Go.
hi.
We shall deal with this the way we deal with everything else.
Punch him in the asshole.
Yes, the prison pocket.
What is with you? Prison?
I'm gonna use that new spell that I got just to punch Nox. I think I'm gonna do it. If we're not doing it tonight, I think I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna wallop them right now.
I was trying to have a moment, then no.
It's Bureau's fault. Blame Bureau. He's the one who said it.
I said it once.
I know.
So
You shouldn't have said it to
Yeah,
Nox.
but when John hears it and he loves something, he's gonna run that joke into the fucking ground. That's what you don't understand.
I'm gonna bury that thing 10 feet deep.
Here lies
10
prison
feet
pocket.
up the prison
Episode
pocket.
55 to 80.
Side behind you, those of you who are still in the four-way intersection,
Oh boy.
you watch as coming out of that weird green glowy liquid
Motherfucker.
is another one.
Fucking
I
hell.
knew I should have drank it. Whatever.
I
No.
don't
Glad
think
you
you should have drank the
No.
snake liquid.
People have been telling me that for years. I've never taken their advice.
Oh my god.
Big inspiration.
What you gonna do?
Someone clip that, please. Tommy, clip that shit.
And I fist hard. And I fist strong.
All right, I'm down. Let's do this.
I'm not King Shimon. Let's do this.
Excellent. Prepare your body. No. You should not eat dinner before this. Otherwise, you might puke it all over me, and that is just... Ugh. We are fisters here, men of culture.
Well, I had fun.
I don't know. It seems like a rather unsatisfying finish, don't you think?
I don't know. I'm pretty satisfied.
Many times. He set himself up for that fucker.
Elias just falls out of his chair.
This one quickly reaches out to catch him.
This is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving, I'd like to know about it.
Of course, I shall follow their lead.
Yeah.
But for now, I know thou wishest to have thy spell time.
Spell time?
She just like she doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's...
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom. Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
Nah, I'll just void that. I'll cast locate object on gold coins.
You get several thousand things on your locate object. Without too much trouble with that, you are able to find the horde of Zuthus, the corroded soul.
We found them. Yay.
Fike, I shall not say this very often, but get the hole ready.
yeah, it's not gonna fit in the bag, brah. It's not
You
fitting
just
in the
got
bag.
experience points.
Yes!
Let's go. Let's go.
I hope you've got quite a few other a small army of capable fighters with you.
Smash cut to small army fighting people in the ring in that bar.
Ding, 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 ding.
Smash cut to Vanya and Orion fighting what looks to be about a dozen other dwarves in a caged ring.
Please tell me Vanya is wielding Orani like a club and is just and is swinging down, stopping right before that Orani punches. Hey, the punching club, my only weakness.
Just leave one leg open so I can kick him too.
Smash cut back to the office. Smash cut back to the office of Nostock.
You could say we have something along those lines.
Specifically, that one's called, fuck.
It's a weird name for an island. Fuck.
Fuck it, I said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
Now. It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
Definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, fuck, this is a terrible place.
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah, so as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, yeah, the people on Fuck Island are fighting each other again.
I don't suppose the crows recognize any cult symbols?
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of people with very strong ideas about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Just double checking.
That's fair.
Because I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but that'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
The factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure. They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Okay, so our goal is to stop the turf war. Got it.
We need to unite the fuckers against a common foe.
Common fuckery.
Friends, Romans, fuckers.
Under the banner of common fuckery.
Oh, I'm so glad we named it Fuck Island. Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I
do. I'm just gonna go ahead and start another Google Doc real quick for Fuck Island. Because I think we're gonna see more of it in the future. Alrighty. So yeah, you pass by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting the fuckers are fighting the shitters again.
fuck you all. I might be crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh, you're gonna have to give me a second. Okay.
Fucking same.
If we conquer it and then eventually trade it away in a business deal, we could give somebody a fuck. Or if we refuse to do it, we would not give a fuck.
Fuck you!
Look at all I have to give. Yeah. Okay.
If the
there-
shitters are involved, I don't want to give. I don't want to take any shit.
I think I'm just dead, guys. I'm sorry.
Their main factions are now canonically the fuckers, the shitters, and the dammers. The fuckers really want to fuck shit up. The shitters just the shitters are big on the idea of public infrastructure, specifically for sewage, and the dammers are really, really big on building dams for some reason.
They're a big fan of beavers.
Yeah, big fan of beavers. They're beaver people. Yes.
So it's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure planning.
It's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure of two people who have very strong ideas on two groups of people who have very strong ideas about what the main form of public infrastructure should be and what their focus should be, versus one other group of people who just really, really want to fuck shit up.
I just thought like the fuckers were just like really into just making it a very island brothel.
Fuck.
This is starting to sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost.
It's really all just really about the type of whorehouse they want.
Well, we'll work on it. I'll write something for Fuck Island. Do not fear.
You're
the main
welcome.
takeaway for now: beaver people are now canon for Euelia. They will all speak in Newfie accents. All of them. All right. So yeah, Fuck Island. That is now.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
And I'm gonna inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna do inflict. Whoops. Come back.
Inflict whoops.
Whoops. Inflict whoops. As if I've made a terrible mistake.
Very educational.
Of course, it is my calling to aid those in the name of the Wild Mother. You are a follower, and from what I've seen, a good one. And it was my pleasure to assist you in such a daunting task.
Given all that, she said you would be most effective of a teacher, and she was not wrong.
Well, I have long caught the Wild Mother's eye in doing good works for her for many a year. And the fact that she would say something like that to you about me.
Just watching this being like both a bit like surprised and also like, oh shit, she called him a crotchety asshole. I'm not gonna. Don't think about it.
I did so enjoy slicing into his flesh that one time. I was a battle axe that time. It was pretty cool.
It just does that. Oh, it's so fucking weird to hear you say pretty cool.
I'm picking up the nomenclature. Things have changed a bit, but I'm starting to pick up, the lingo.
Ren would appreciate him way more than
I'm
Arani.
cool. I'm hip with it.
Tucka 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 tucka. I just realized he does kind of have a Dr. Evil's voice.
I'm hip with it. I get jiggy. I get down.
Let us return at a later time.
Very well. Did you wish to speak to anyone, Seo?
Who do I speak to?
Depending on your needs, the High Priest? Or whatever the equivalent is for temple.
Who's the High Priest?
I would suppose you would look for the... What is the correct term for this? Biggest badass in the yard? Is that right?
Oh, I see where this is going, so that means I gotta kick their ass. No?
I would not open with that, but the chances are there.
And coast another lightning beam across it. Fuck you, Ren. You terrible person. And it is barely standing.
Fucking
It is barely standing.
That's what I get for trying to face you.
Yeah, it's not the tracks didn't necessarily get smaller, Fike. They just changed shape and became bipedal instead of quadrupedal.
Fast it up. The bear's walking on two legs now.
No, it's definitely not bear tracks anymore. It's definitely
it's not bear.
No, they're
changing the shape of his foot.
They're definitely humanoid.
Father Fike was about to have a conniption with freaking Noxus. He's about to be like, "You fucking idiot! It's still a fucking bear."
That's how we couldn't find
It's a tricky bear. It found shoes. It put shoes on. This is where it sat. And put on shoes. And the struggle with the laces.
This is what happened to the last traveler. It fell for a trap.
It wore its last traveler's skin.
Oh God!
I don't know how big that would be, but I assume it's.
And that was when God carried the bear.
Yeah.
God, for the love of Cord, stop.
Oh my God.
All right, we know that there are 1,000,001 bear puns out there. Let's try.
And I can, you know what, guys, I'm barely holding myself together right now.
It's turning Persona 4 very quickly.
This is just unbearable.
Yeah, that pun is unbearable.
All right, everybody get them out of their system.
Commit this grisly murder.
All right. Anyway,
We're good.
All right, that's where we're gonna call it tonight.
What is this other book that you speak of? And she sort of closes the book in Dwarvish, and she kind of sits up a little bit and sits back, sort of in that centered watery area, and with a lot more dexterity than you would expect, actually slips the Dwarvish book into the bag of holding, and then flips open the butter churning milkmaid, flipping through it sort of page by page.
She was very accurate in how she described it.
She was. You're not wrong.
And you can see after a moment she just stops.
Bellis is doing his absolute best to keep a completely straight face.
Yeah.
Weria is keeping a straight face.
Elisa's trying so hard not to laugh.
Bellis has high charisma. I think he's good, but it's
or not. just not react.
Katana's just.
Right. There's nothing.
I'm just going.
She like. She turns like one page, and she's like reading through it.
She kind
kind
of
of
good parts.
Well, she flipped through a bunch of it. She stops, and she turns her head to sort of like regard you and look at you. And then she looks back to the book.
Oh, we just gave the dragon a bodice buster.
And she looks back to you. I have lived for almost 1,000 years. I have seen the ending of the world and the birth of a new one, and in all that time, I have never experienced anything like this.
Something we both have in common.
She sort of like leans down, looks at all of you like a little bit closer, and like, do you little people create much of this?
Have you heard of the great word archive of our own?
It is perhaps more common than it should be. But
Yes. Varying degrees of quality, but
as with all things.
it seemed like something that perhaps, as you said, you have not had the opportunity to experience.
She sort of nods her head and slides into the bag of holding with the other book.
And thus ends the saga of the return of Fade. 30 fucking sessions.
Oh my god.
We gave it to a dragon.
Okay, this is probably the worst use of an insight check ever, but does she seem to like it?
Actually, yeah.
Actually.
Make an insight check.
Yeah.
I need to know this. I need to know.
Oh no, you guys.
Hey, that's
I know, I'm like, I want to roll 2, but that's
14!
15!
20. 20.
20 for insight on the dragon liking the smut.
Okay. All right. Go into the Whispers channel because it's Whispers time.
Beyond.
I thought very carefully, by the way, about how weary I should describe the smut.
Yeah.
She wanted to be 100% accurate, but also, positive about this document book.
The dragon's just putting in the name of like her high school's crush as opposed to the Lord in this book. The dragon creates the first fanfic.
I want you to bring me more.
Cortana just starts writing fanfic.
Eventually becomes a world-renowned smut writer.
Oh god, she finds it later in a different life, and like, what
there we go.
With that confirmation especially, she'll just look at Elias and say, I do believe Weir is correct. I believe that your goddess is protecting this graveyard.
That might explain why
She's doing a shit job of it, isn't she?
Spells got more powerful. I mean, hey, she just deals with aberrations are way.
Yeah. Yes,
that stuff, whatever that was, that is. We won't have to worry about undead
up,
here.
I
have to
believe,
imagine.
is the term.
Yeah. Thank you, Cortana. Yeah.
She's learning.
Shit is fucked.
I never used my sorcery point from when I smoked right before we went to go fight the Vecna cult. So I actually have one lengthened, or not that lengthened, twinned.
Extended spell?
Extended,
for
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Damn.
That's okay. I mean,
do heroin, get rewards, Bill.
Chad, don't. I don't endorse that.
Don't listen to him.
Don't do suit at home, kids.
No.
Always have a
No,
spotter,
there's no
guys.
kids
Always
on my channel, I would hope, but still.
I feel like
I say don't do drugs.
Even if you are thinking that, even if this is pieces of yourselves that you aren't keeping down, that is a part of you, and yes, it makes things difficult when it comes to the surface so quickly, and yes, it doth make it difficult to trust, but we aren't here for each other either way. Faults and all. You can... We're back! Woo!
Yeah, so if we end up in the Underdark about the time when we finally play in person, I'm gonna have 2 suitcases. One,
fuck yeah,
and 2, just full of miniatures.
Why me in particular?
What did I do? Wheelie. I'm picturing like a little kid's
strongly.
Like a little kid's wheelie suitcase just full of Drider minis.
Yes.
Where I get up and just hide behind a couch or something.
Yeah, I feel bad for any TSA agent with arachnophobia scanning my.
It's full of spiders. Ow! Shit.
So.
Hey. It's full of spiders.
Mm-hmm. The suitcase full of spiders needs to be
going to hand off. The TSA agent was surprised by.
Spiders in the suitcase. Or a suitcase full of spiders.
A child's wheelie suitcase full of spiders.
I have twice really confused TSA agents. Once with a sewing machine and once with a saxophone. I did it on the plane, and I had checked the rules beforehand. But the TSA agent was like, "The fuck is that?"
Alright.
Let's go.
All right. You have determined the distribution of the loot that you purloined from the ship. You have made some arrangements to meet the other the mercenary group to hand things off.
I think just Velis and Purnell hadn't said which task they were going with.
Purnell's probably going with Elias to the
Makes
the
sense.
temple.
Okay,
that
they're
does
gonna
make
go to the
sense.
temple. All right, so Velis and Elias, or Purnell and Elias are going to go to the Temple of the Raven
And
Queen.
Dalton.
And Dalton going.
And Dalton's going to go with them. And you're bringing along the bag of holding, which has the evil necromancer staff inside. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've got the bag.
Okay, so Velis is going as well.
Yeah.
So we have Wuria, Hegan, Baylis, and Leah.
I think Baylis and
Baylis and Weria were gonna go try and see the drowned prince, and Hegan and
Okay.
Leah were gonna go take the loot to the other people.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
went there the first time.
Gotcha.
Because
That
Weria
is-
was interested in meeting the drowned prince because of the connection to her brother.
Yeah, and I feel
Okay.
like Baylis
Had
would
met the
encourage her
others.
to come along because of that too, because
Mhm.
family.
Okay.
So yeah. The small folk are going to meet the giant otter. It's great.
Right.
Hopefully meet.
Mm-hmm. And then now, and okay, so I'm going to start with Hegan and Leah, just because I was going to say that
That's
way
the shortest.
Yeah.
it might
That's
be
the
the
least
shortest
involved.
and the simplest. Yeah. Also, just to make sure that the characters or Bess's characters.
Yeah, so then I get a space in between them.
Yeah, exactly. Rather than like, okay, now talk to yourself for the next.
I was thinking about. I was like, hey, at least they're going to different places.
Mhm.
That makes that easy.
I hate it when that
So-
happens.
There was an agreement to meet in this hole in the wall, kind of like rundown dive bar. I heard a cat. Sorry. Dive bar in the docks with all of the items. Now, the thing is, if Velis is going to have the bag of holding, all the things in it, you're going to need to
physically lugging the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Hegan and Leah are probably the two most equipped to actually
To
take care
lug
of that
things.
task. But
And
it
I was
is
gonna say, actually, Leah's able to has a carrying capacity of a large creature.
right. So
Yeah.
you're both fine, but you are actually carrying large bundles that are like, rattling and whatnot.
We are Fearbog and Dragonborn Santa Claus walking through the streets is what we are.
Yes.
Kind of. You are somewhat conspicuous. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
It's fine.
And you do gather a couple of like curious looks, but like two large things laboring through the streets carrying big packages in the docks, not so unusual. But when you arrive and you like kind of like plonk the two massive satchels, it's less of like a bag with a bunch of stuff in it and more like things that are kind of just strapped and wrapped together. The halfling is sort of like looking at it because like both satchels are taller than she is. And she's like, well, all right then. It's like, shit. Okay. Yeah. Huh. It's just her.
What? Too much for you?
Yeah. You notice I'm kind of I'm not,
So you don't need it then? We could just take it back.
just
deadpan.
Really. I'll figure it out. And she sort of starts looking through it, and
I mean, can we untie like the bundle?
I mean, yeah, you definitely can.
Yeah, so
she's
it's a little easier for her to see at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's kind of like going through, and you can see she like pulls out this rod, and she sort of starts like waving it over everything, and like everything that's magical just kind of like it's think of it like a UV light of detect magic. And she's like waving it over, and she's just kind of like
CSI Port Damali.
That's pretty handy.
And she like stows the rod. It's like, yeah, that's I'd say it's good for a fair day's work. She kind of like holds out her hand to, she's not sure who to shake, and also like it's like even if she holds her hand out like as tall as she possibly can, it still might not actually reach either of you because there's just such a big difference in size. This is great and all, but I don't want to see any of you ever again.
Hey,
that I mean that's fair.
not fair.
I
That's
don't
not
know
fair.
if
Not fair at all.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you have to go off or anywhere. I'm just saying like this is, we have concluded our business together. We're going to be going. We're probably not going to be coming back. Just don't, this doesn't mean we're friends. That's what I'm saying.
It's a druid thing, isn't it?
Maybe.
Not that bad, I promise.
But also, like, I don't know what was going on with the water, but we're not going to be hanging out in the port anymore. We're going to go head inland. I mean, there's stuff going on down in Nicodranas. I think, I don't know. I hear, like, Tiso is nice this time of year.
Leah, I think scared.
Sorry, you cut out. Think what?
I think she's scared.
Yeah, I'm scared. Did you see?
What of our
And we
little
got
druid
out
friend
just
who
fine.
came back?
Yeah, like it just that much. Like, you have to respect nature. But anyone who
Oh,
can control
absolutely.
nature like that, you have to you fear them. That's only it's just
Oh, we
it's
should have
just
brought
how
her
it is.
along. She really is quite well. Okay, she's not harmless, but she really is quite nice.
Oh, I
Mhm,
think she's
mhm.
fine. I never said she wasn't. I think she's great.
But I will give you that she does wield a impressive power.
Yeah. It's
Uses it for good though.
uh-huh. Well, you know what they say about power.
What do they say about power?
It
I feel like both of them are
It's
like,
like,
what?
I'm
No.
leaving now. It's like this conversation's going nowhere.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
This seems responsible.
No.
Which I feel like Phalis has demonstrated quite well, apparently.
Yeah.
Power corrupts.
Absolute
heard that
power
one.
corrupts absolutely.
I mean, from what I've heard, that's true of the rich people here, at least. But I haven't seen it corrupt. I haven't seen the power of nature corrupt anyone yet. But
No. No, I don't think so.
say the Wild Mother helps keep those in check.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen what the Wild Mother does. Storms, battering fleets of ships, whirlpools, tornadoes.
You realize
hurricanes.
you're also alive for all those reasons, right?
I'm what?
Do you eat? Do you breathe? Do you bathe? Just wondering.
I believe what Hegan is getting at is that the Wild Mother also provides all of nature that sustains you. So just keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. I'm just saying, like, nature will kill you. It's dangerous.
People will kill you.
That's
too.
why I like to avoid it and be in this city, because people are less dangerous. They're more predictable.
Are they?
Leah's like,
oh shit.
Trying to make sense of that sentence right there, and it's just not computing. It's like,
yeah, like your average person's gonna go about their day, but they're gonna like avoid conflict. Nature doesn't care about who you are or what you do. There's no protecting yourself. It's just going to smite you if you look at it funny.
Well, then don't look at it funny. Treat it with respect.
Even if you're not looking at it funny.
are you sure you're not confusing it with people? Leah's like, it sounds to me like you're describing people. They will smite you if you look at them funny, apparently. But
well, I was just being like, no, this tracks.
well,
Either way,
I think having a healthy respect for the forces of nature is a good thing. But I don't know that you need to fear it entirely. I pray that the Wild Mother will shine her grace upon you.
well, I appreciate that. We'll
have Druidcraft.
Oh.
But we'll definitely be staying as far away as we can from the water for a while, because that nonsense last night. It's like, I mean, I never really liked going on the ocean, and that was just, you know, you got like your regular dangers. But what we saw last night, those weren't like that wasn't regular
normal.
nature. Like that was
that was not
like
regular
nightmare
nature.
stuff. So like regular nature is already enough. That's nightmare stuff coming out of the water. I'm like, yeah.
Well then, as we leave, I will leave you with this. The druid is the one thing that kept that nightmare stuff from coming on land.
That is true.
Well,
got you there.
Yeah.
I feel like with that, I mean, that's just like, not that she's like mad, but Leah's just like, you know, a parting thought. And then, you know, but
well,
we'll be on our way then.
I'm just glad that she was on our side, at least this time.
I'll be
As
sure to say
long
hi
as
to you
you
if I ever
are
see you again.
trying to do what's right, she'll be on your side. She's a good kid.
Don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick, and nature won't bite you.
That's how that works.
That's what we've learned.
Doing great for us.
Yeah. Just stay away from nature. Don't stick your hand out.
Be taken 2
Don't
ways.
bother it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at one, she eventually sort of like has to pause, goes out to the front door, like leans outside for a moment, and then comes back inside, and then you can see some of her compatriots. There was the large guy. Was he was, I think, was he an orc or half orc?
Remember?
Yeah, I almost.
For a dragonborn.
I remember.
That was right.
Yeah.
He was a green dragonborn.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
I was like, I'm remembering green.
Big,
Yeah,
and Elias
yeah.
tried
I
to pick
remembered
a fight with
green.
him, and it went badly.
It went very badly. You got saved by a weasel.
Green dragonborn. Here we go. Yeah. So it's him, and then Jim the intern. The other two are missing. And she sort of like waves them over.
We should give Jim the intern the other mariner's leather. That's what we should do.
Jim.
Curiosity.
Yes, save Jim.
Is the owl still there?
Hashtag free Jim.
For you.
There's no sign of it.
Damn.
Go live your dream. Be a druid, Jim.
But they come in and like, you know, Oak looks like he could like reach down and grab each of these parcels and like schlep them both himself, but he's just sort of like looks at both of them, and he kind of like weighs them a little bit, and then because you both carried these, he's actually handing the heavier one over to Jim, and he slings the lighter one on his back. He's like, "There you go." And Jim is like, okay, and it's like twice as wide as he is, and so he's like kind of like shoulder it, and he's just trying to get it over, and then he eventually like he hold on a second. Okay, good job, Jim. Natural 18. So he like is like, and he's just like hunched way over, but he's stable and he's standing.
Yeah.
Good job, kid.
Hey, Jim.
He's like, Belle is just kind of at the end, just take care.
You too.
Say say goodbye and thank you to the scary lass for
You
us.
should find her.
We appreciate
sometime.
it.
She could teach you some things.
Oh yeah.
And Belle is like, nope, and is already like walking out.
Yeah, I
but,
wouldn't
like,
mean you. I meant the kid.
and he's like, wait,
Yes, if you
wait,
ever
what?
want to learn more about nature.
Yeah.
And he's literally he's like looking up at you from underneath the pack like this because he's so bent over. But he's listening very intently. Like,
if you're interested,
waiting
we'll let her
to
know.
finish that sentence.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And and he like Belle is like, Jim, come on, we gotta go. And he's like, I do. Where?
Looks at Leah. Oh.
I mean, she went off to try about meeting the drowned prince. But
Oh, hang on.
He's just like looking confused.
well, I mean, if you'll be, will you be here?
Oh, I'm pretty sure we're leaving town.
Hey.
Like we are on our way out.
So Keegan's gonna like just reach into his bag and just apparently he's carrying a rain catcher, so he's going to hand it to him. Just
Okay.
take hold of this. We can find you with it.
Okay. He like tucks it away. Like he tucks it away. Hold on.
Have we acquired an intern?
Okay.
Where has Felice always acquired an intern?
Poaching. We're poaching another party's intern.
Let's go. Yes.
Okay.
We make that a card. Poaching.
Yeah.
Yes. Do it. Do it.
That was the point.
Beautiful.
He tucks it away. And then like he's still like struggling under this massive pack. But there's almost a lightness to his step and a much improved mood and outlook. As much as he can hold his head proudly, he like sort of like staggers out the main front door.
All right, we will. I feel like on the way back, Leah will just. Oh, we'll be sure to tell Felice that. Well, our young friend is not so scared of the power of nature and.
Quite interested in learning.
Yes. Well, she certainly seems quite skilled in it. Definitely. I mean, she was powerful when I first met her, but seemed to wield a lot more power than the last time.
Adventuring will do that to you.
And then, so I guess that's
I guess that's that.
Okay.
You're welcome, Felice.
Keegan.
Yeah, I know, right?
As on your way out, you do notice the owl kind of circling in the air.
Does it seem to be following them?
Them, yes. It's sort of like, I mean, it's kind of like lazily circling, and then after a little while, a few moments, it does kind of like turn and go off into a different direction.
Okay. Weird.
Elias, Pernal, Velis, and Darlton. The
Team human.
yes.
As we're traveling, I do want to try and just like put my finger on the pulse of the town, basically, just kind of see what the reaction is to last night, and what kind of movements are happening as a result of it.
Okay. Well, you definitely notice a much higher concentration of Zalezo on the streets. There is a general sense of like just rumors are flying. Like it is like also a bunch of people at the docks turned into zombies. And not all of them were killed or destroyed. And so there's
splattered the rest of them.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Felice had reverse gravity up, and then she dropped it.
Oh, that's
and
right.
They all went
Okay.
Yeah.
At least all of the ones that were, outside.
Yeah.
Yes.
Although there were probably a couple.
Straight radius.
Yeah, but if they were inside,
my point being is that there are a couple
Yeah.
that managed to like meandered away.
Yeah.
And didn't necessarily get involved in the fight. So there's like a talk about so there's rumors that there's like also a bunch of like weird sea monsters. So either the Empire has made an alliance with some sort of horrible water creature, and they're like attacking with things from the water, or all of a sudden the Empire's like completely flipped its stance on necromancy, and now they're employing like evil necromancers, and they've been taken out. Like it's just like
all
story building up on story.
I don't want to like go out of my way to try and like get close or anything, but I would kind of try and concentrate and try and like eavesdrop on like Salezo conversations, see if they're like I can catch any details about official.
That would be harder.
Moves,
yeah. So the what you'd gleaned was just casual listening and conversation as you're kind of moving through the city. If you're specifically wanting to do that and actually, find some Zalezo and eavesdrop on their conversation, without really being seen, definitely going to need, or without being obvious about
Yeah.
it. Let's see,
Yeah,
it's not
I'm
really-
like I'm not like trying to like stop and like, but if like I just catch a conversation as we're going through, just kind of directing my attention towards guards as, or yeah, trying to
Okay.
focus on.
There
on
are
hearing what they're
definitely
talking
more
about.
guards, and there is a checkpoint as you enter the gardens. Like there's always guards there, but there are more guards, and they're not necessarily stopping everyone, but they're definitely sort of inspecting everyone. But Elias, kind of looking like a priest, helps a little bit. But go ahead and make a wisdom perception check to overhear some of the conversation from some of these Zalezo that have been collected at this gate.
30-20.
Okay. So without risking drawing attention to yourself, what you glean is that there is a lot of concern. Snippets of conversation, kind of summarized, come out to be that the Zalezo are on high alert. Something attacked them. It took out the entire essentially not garrison, but like the entire force that was stationed at the tower were slaughtered. And the Marquess is not. It's basically like she's losing control over the city. And what's happening is that the council is less and less I'm trying to figure out how to summarize it, but basically there is concern within the Zalezo about whether or not they're going to continue to follow what the Port de Mali Marquess is ordering, or if there's going to be the deep miners taking over, because they've been like not exactly ordering Zalezo around, but they've been like given so much control and power over a lot of the preparations for the war effort, or not the war effort, but the effort to go help Nicodranus. That there's basically a rising political conflict between the current ruler and the head of the mercantile enterprise. And
Do I catch anything regarding the rifts that have been left behind?
That you don't hear anything about.
Okay.
It's specifically more just a matter. It's basically there is a power struggle brewing, and the leadership within the Zalezo is split. And so there's like conflicting orders, conflicting priorities, and authority. Other than heightened security, the trip through the gardens is much like previous trips. It's pleasant, it's peaceful. There are people who are out walking pets, taking strolls. You'd think that, judging by seeing everything here, there were no problems at all happening in the city. Everyone up here is removed from any of that. And nobody here really seems to be affected. You can get to the Calm, the cemetery of the city, and the temple there. Callie and Marie are nowhere to be found. But when you enter Elephane, the head priest is there. Surprised? Pleased to see you?
And bows her head slightly to her.
Been a while.
Mm-hmm. A lot has happened.
That is unfortunately an understatement.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
I take it you're, shall we say, familiar with the events at the waterfront last night.
Yeah, we may have
PTSD battle flashbacks.
Yes, that did have a certain signature to it. But you're here for a reason, yes?
Yes. And
Maybe not in the main
yeah,
hall.
let's go. I have whoever's got the bag of hold. We have the bag of holding.
I've got it.
Yes, Velis
You
has
got
it.
it. Okay, got Velis's with us.
Elvis is not disguised at all.
Let's. We have
A sensitive matter you'd like to discuss, not in public?
Yeah.
I surmised as such. They take you to a back room. It's quiet. It's private. Looks like it's a small office. Desk, chairs, side table, tasteful decor.
How are we getting the staff out of the bag?
Just take the bag out,
Yeah.
or take the staff out.
Yeah,
I mean,
can we do it without
Velis, when you
touching?
touched it, Velis touched it and picked it up and handled it and put it in the bag, and there was no response.
Okay.
It was just reacting to Wiria's
Okay.
alignment.
Mhm.
Basically what it was.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take out the staff and throw it
Wiria
down.
in particular shouldn't touch it.
Whereas a good cinnamon roll.
Well,
good cinnamon
Like,
roll.
ew, icky, get her away.
Probably shouldn't touch it either. I guess.
Alignment wise, Elias could probably touch it, but I don't know if the staff would like him either, given his previous
Yeah.
Given his previous and current association.
Might be okay.
Right. Yeah, so you pull it out, and Eliphane's eyes just kind of like widen a little bit, and just sort of lean back.
I also feel like I'm pretty sure Velis has never been here and met them. I don't think.
He
didn't come last time.
Quite
so
the
this is
introduction.
new.
They seem completely nonplussed by your presence and appearance.
Raven Queen's not particularly judgy about stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean they're an elf, but it's not. I'm pretty sure that Elias is also informed of his traveling companions and such.
Yeah.
At some point. Yeah, Elephant is mostly just looking at the staff and just kind of not touching it, but reaching their hand out a little bit, and it's like, oof.
Yeah. We don't know much about it beyond its intelligent, probably sentient, evil, and called, was it Gravelight?
Graveglade.
Graveglade? Yeah. It
Or
doesn't
necromantic
like
in
Barbard.
Yeah.
slant.
Necromantic.
Long story short, should not be in anyone's hands.
Yeah. It was being used by a lich.
To see it done
sorry,
away
what?
with.
Yeah. There was a lich in town, turns out.
Tis been a very long day.
You did know that.
I don't think Velis knew about the lich thing either, so.
Oh yeah, did you not?
That didn't come up in any conversation yet. Yeah.
Yeah, Glastaff
Oh.
was turned into or turned himself into a lich.
Lovely.
Wait.
I'm not sure what the reverse of a glow up is, but
The, what is a glow up?
You destroyed the body, but you didn't.
He's still out there.
He's still out there.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Phylactery.
For fuck's sake.
No signs of where we'd be able to find that, unfortunately.
But
So we're not done with this.
Probably not.
No.
Definitely not.
If this belonged to a lich and you destroyed the body, they're undoubtedly going to want to return for this item. It is no small tool.
Why we're trying to, but
it can't stay here.
Although considering it using as bait.
We're not asking for it to stay here. We just figured that a representative of the Raven Queen would be most able and willing to assist us in disposing of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I have a
something
few
like
ideas.
This is beyond my power.
Doth know someone who would
But as for a favor, what else is she good for?
was gonna look at Velas at that.
You have like libraries here or something like. I mean, I have a couple ideas, but.
We have minimal material. You may find more luck with the local chapter, shall we say, of the order, the cleric order. They compile more information about these sorts of things.
Does that sound familiar to me?
Oh yeah, you totally know what the Claret Order is. It's very, very banned in the Empire, largely because they're actually seen as they're not really understood. I would imagine that Darlton's background, you understand who they are, but very likely have never encountered or interacted with them because they tend to give anyone Imperial a fairly large berth.
Has Elias encountered anyone from the Claret Orders before?
Yeah.
A while ago.
Yeah, it
In
was
yeah.
outside of Garden.
Garden? Okay.
Yeah, were those the ones we met in the graveyard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A while ago. Yeah.
Our graveyard buddies.
A while ago, yeah.
It was a while ago.
It was right before we went to
Home.
in forest.
Home.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Before you left. Before everything got all.
Yeah.
I feel like we met one of them since then.
Yeah.
We met one of them since then, right? I'm pretty sure.
I'm not sure.
I could have sworn we saw one of them. We were like back in Gordon, maybe, or.
Yeah, I mean, if there are people from the Order here in town, then yeah, they'd probably.
Very likely there's not an actual hideout in town. It's probably somewhat out of town adjacent in the nearby wilds, just because it's but if you're looking for information, more information about an artifact such as this or its provenance, that would be, I would imagine, the first place to go. But if you seek aid from the divine, I would imagine
Yeah.
perhaps you of many would be able to commune.
Yeah, it's on the list of ideas. I think we're just trying to figure out what our options are before we decide what to try first.
I'm actually gonna try to read Elephane and get a sense for if they have picked up that Elias is not carrying anything of the raven.
I'm just like picturing the communing and Elias being like, "Hey, so about that holy symbol I threw at your door, I didn't mean it. Nothing personal."
Oh no, he's probably staring right.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Oh, not good.
I mean, I can probably just tell.
Oh, Elephane knows, like, as soon as you stepped in.
Oh yeah. It was like, ah!
They're pretty neutral. But you're not picking up any change in attitude. They're still just as welcoming and sort of concerned and whatnot. It really seems kind of irrelevant to them, it seems. Did you want to perform a ritual here?
I don't know.
You're more than welcome to make use of any of our chambers, implements and such that you might need.
I mean, it's probably as good a. I mean, I'm not able to do much today. I don't have the stuff prepared, but
This sort of thing takes planning besides, so.
Yeah, that actually, it may not be a bad idea to come back if I am gonna try and summon something like celestial or elemental to try and destroy this thing. It may not be a bad idea to do it here.
Their eyebrows raise up just a little bit.
Try to what?
Like,
new tricks. I haven't actually tried this yet. It's just like a idea percolating in the back of my head. That is the reason why I'm looking for other options before I dive into. I'm gonna attempt to summon something celestial and powerful and hope it helps me.
When does that ever stop?
Trying to be more cautious. And,
when you seem less pressed for time and urgency, we should share a meal and talk. Much has happened, and you seem the better for it. But I would still like to hear.
Weird, but yeah.
Oh, you have no idea. Yeah. Do I have stories for you?
I have stories for you.
I will put the staff back in the bag since it seems we can't do anything with it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I think trying to track down some members of the Claret Order is not a bad idea.
Just another thing on the list of
Yeah.
fuck things that are apparently our responsibility now.
Yay.
Thank you for the assistance.
Yeah.
I am here to serve. have. Well, Elephant like looks over to you briefly, Darlton. Just sort of, you're new, but they
He's
kind of
very
still,
businesslike in this entire exchange.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but very like, hey, if you're with Elias, kind of attitude.
You put a lot of faith.
I feel like I'm just wondering how the fuck Elias got this kind of respect. Who did you bribe?
No one. Sometimes people like me.
The thing, he didn't bribe anybody.
There, it's definitely not a feeling or a sense of like hero worship, but there is a very subtle shift in Eliphane's body language and interactions with you. I don't know how much you've told, because I just don't remember.
This was the first time Elias has been back here.
At all, right?
After
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is,
So
I don't remember if he
nothing.
mentioned the whole, because this was like, he had an interaction with the Raven Queen here in the temple last time, if I remember right. Before. Yeah.
Yeah. So you get
I
us
don't
like,
remember if he
they're
mentioned
not.
that at all, but
I don't think so.
I don't think he did.
But there's, it's more just sort of, it's like they're reacting in a way to you being different. But there you do get the sense that there's like, there is a long series of questions that they are politely holding back.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll talk.
We should have brunch.
Yeah, when we're not carrying around multiple cursed objects.
I'm gonna shake the bag. I can take the cursed object somewhere else.
Well, technically only one of them.
Multiple?
Yeah, I know. I was like multiple.
The other one's not cursed. It's just old and powerful, and probably sealing away something older and more powerful, and connected to a betrayer god. It's a whole thing.
I just shake the bag and look. I can take the cursed
get
shit
it
somewhere else if you want to have a conversation.
For Elephant.
Later.
Like, what's happening?
We can have the conversation later. I want to deal with the staff. The crystal, I think we just need to get as far inland as we can.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we can.
I was once confused a long time ago when you first came to Port Damali. Of all people, why you?
To be fair, I asked that question myself.
He'll look back over his shoulder at that and just kind of smirk.
A lot of people have asked that question.
There is a certain ineffable quality to the matron, but I do understand. I understand now.
She has a sense of humor. That's why.
He's more competent than you probably gave him credit for, to be fair. It's a compliment! Maybe.
Well,
anyway.
I mean, even just the fact that we're having a conversation the day after you defeated a lich? Like, a
lich.
A lich.
Feel like
when
the
you
right
say
word.
it like that, it kind of makes it sink in more of what happened.
Does it?
That could have been so much. Oh, God.
It was still, what was it called? A shit show, but...
That could have gone so much worse than it did.
Could
if
have gone
you've
better,
been
but
around Elias for any length of time, you have inevitably encountered the undead. Yes?
To be fair, that was my first.
You
lich.
undead.
It is something powerful.
Yeah.
Malevolent.
Darlton and I can explain it later.
Would like an explanation.
Powerful, yeah,
And-
like they said, powerful undead.
When a
This
mage
seems like we're in for this, and I'd like to know what that means.
surprisingly resilient as well.
Yeah. Usually
But-
something one does to themselves in life.
Glass stuff never struck me as that powerful, but what do I know, right?
The apprentice from Phandalin.
One usually becomes a lich in seeking more power.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
You killed him, and he returned as a lich.
Mm-hmm.
Cut his throat.
Oh.
Pretty certain he was dead.
Yeah. Unless he didn't do this to him. Can you turn
God.
someone else into a lich?
Generally, that requires their soul still being present.
Yeah.
That they like just they all of the things that had happened thus far, they have been fairly neutral, but like as these details begin to emerge, they're just sort of like, oh, now they're
no.
concerned. Oh, this
I
is
love
not-
the idea of like Elias, of like the three of them, other than Velos, having the same reaction, just like, oh no. Like,
Yeah, that's something
like
I was like, wait.
Carlton also being like, wait,
I may do my own
You may, yeah.
communing with the matron.
Yeah.
This is concerning.
I pray thee.
Do you have a contact within the order? Have you made contact with them previously?
Yes, it was a while back. I don't. I mean, actually, I could actually.
You've met them. You could cast sending.
I could cast sending.
Hey.
I could reach out to I have sending prepared. I usually do.
You
that
can reach
is-
out.
I do. Yeah, I do have it prepared. So yes, I could actually reach out to one of them. Let's see if they know anyone in the area. I may also. I don't know if it'd be worth reaching out to Vasselheim.
Yes.
To see if they.
If there's a lich,
If there's a.
then
Yeah.
that is concerning.
I
And
take it
this
this
is
is a rare creature.
Yeah.
it is
Not necessarily rare, but it does require a sizable amount of power to create.
Yeah.
yes, and it is usually
And
the
they're hard to
culmination of an evil mage's life's work to continue on in undeath so that they
And
may
that's the thing, is, like,
accumulate
there
power.
Yeah, this guy's
wasn't
life's
any
work was
evidence of that.
invisibility potions.
Yeah, there was no evidence of him dabbling with anything like this.
And he was made.
Yeah, which is.
By what? There was nothing there.
Wherefore?
Other than, I mean,
What? Looking at Elias.
Out of character, have we run into any more of those cultists?
There was one on the ship.
Was there one on the ship?
Yeah, there was the one on the
There was
ship.
one on the ship.
Okay, yeah. So I think that was like.
Oh.
you're doing that thing where you make faces without sharing what you're thinking again.
I doth believe I mayst know what.
Well, for those of us that can't read your mind,
Turn to Elephant. There was a cultist of Vecna on the ship.
Like their eyes raised before, but now their eyebrows are sort of
hands
disappearing
under-
into their hairline.
I kind of forgot that detail until we were discussing someone made him a lich. I don't.
Wait, what?
I was trying to forget.
It could be
Would I have any
causation.
familiar with
It could be
Vecna?
causation correlation sort of thing. I really
Oh,
hope
yeah.
it is.
Okay.
Yeah. The whispered one, like you've probably
Yeah,
not necessarily encountered the same thing before, But you are very familiar with a number of years ago, a number. It was you've probably been involved in some way, shape, or form. That you would be at least familiar with it.
I'm gonna just kind of move a little bit closer to Elias and just kind of quietly say, "Yeah, let's just not forget what they did to you."
Who, the cultists?
Yes, the cultists.
Yeah, Pernell's gonna
Like,
walk a
Elefant's sort
little
of, like,
further away.
leaning in, like, what did they do to him? And they're like looking at you, very concerned, Elias. Like, are you okay? Just sort of.
They killed me.
PTSD, PTSD, PTSD. Gonna walk away from this conversation for a moment.
I did die.
They're also like don't immediately kind of do a scan.
I'm not.
It's okay. We have fixed it.
I'm not undead.
Subtle. I'm subtle, okay?
I have a passive perception of 20.
Mine's 21, bitch.
I also have a passive insight of 20.
This
Mine's
conversation
21,
is
bitch.
The events last night, then. This isn't. Have you seen this?
Yeah, we also encountered them in the Shadowfell. It's a whole thing. I'll explain that later.
We're going to need more than just one meal, it seems.
Probably.
You might want some
Or
alcohol.
A really big meal, but yeah.
And a bigger boat. That's how we.
And a bigger boat, yeah.
From what I heard, that was the fleet's flagship.
Okay, so that was the biggest boat.
That was the biggest boat. With this information, if you see Callie or Marie, they've spent less time here late. I think Marie has been focused on trying to keep her sister out of trouble, but they have both been neglecting their duties. And I think that perhaps it may be safer soon here.
Here, yeah. I'll keep an eye out for them, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're good kids.
Yes. Elephane kind of like looks past you to Pernell. Is she okay?
Yeah, I'll look over Pernell. Yeah, it's been... It's complicated. I don't want to speak for her, necessarily.
Okay. You and your companions are always welcome. It may not be a comfortable respite, but it is at least welcoming and safe, much as any place can be. Let me know what materials, what implements you may require. I will gather them.
Yeah, I'll see what the order has to say. If they have any ideas. Because I'm pretty sure Lane or Ally has no material components.
Well, Elephane has never cast any spell ever like that, so
Yeah.
they wouldn't really know.
Yep, it has no material components, just verbal and somatic. Which is a little...
Powered by faith.
Yeah, like it's a little unsettling that a spell that powerful is
Powered by faith. That's
I mean, it also is no guarantee or whatever that they
That's
will
true. Yeah.
They're not like under your spell. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a guaranteed effect.
It's not a guaranteed effect. Yeah, that's.
Well, it's not a guaranteed helpful effect.
Yeah, it is a guaranteed effect, but
yeah.
When I first thought it's like summoning Yojimbo in Final Fantasy X.
Yep.
Can be super useful if you have the money for it.
Oh yeah.
So I just pulled up. I've got a spreadsheet of like NPCs. Don't always keep it up to date, but I did find the NPCs for the Claret Order. So
So yeah, I don't.
I don't
like,
have to
if-
remember.
I'm like, if I wrote down their names, I think I lost it. It was so long ago. I don't remember which notebook that would have been in.
Right. That's why I lost my first notebook that had a bunch of stuff in it, which is why I kind of transitioned to just keeping everything in Google Docs.
I didn't write any of the Claret Order stuff down since I wasn't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
there.
that was just Elias.
It was just Elias and Purnell.
All Elias
Oh,
stuff.
and Purnell.
Yeah, I think Purnell was. Yeah, I'm sure Purnell was there.
She was.
Oh yeah. She was invisible for a little bit there.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was when I gave Elias the cloak.
And it,
I'm pretty
they
sure
had that
Denise was
chipmunk
there
friend.
in scroll form.
That was when we had chipmunk charades.
Possibly, yeah.
Or
Oh, is that
chipmunk.
when the Chipmunk Charades was?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Yes, that may have been Chipmunk Charades.
That was chipmunk charades.
Also, just saying, if you go to Witch Hazel and we need a distraction, go today. Fayleys can absolutely fun shenanigans are into that. Just saying. Yes, Chipmunk Charades is what reminded me of that.
I mean, Elias also still has a deck of cards. A deck of magic cards that worked great
Fayleys
last
is
time.
There you go.
Forgot about that.
Just saying.
His deck of illusions. He still has. I forget how many cards left in. 32.
Most of it, you think? Yeah, it was like most of it.
Because it was apparently a full deck, so he has 32 cards left.
More Frost Giant.
I mean, it'd be outside, so you get the full effect.
Except knowing my luck, when it's outside, I'd pull like a kobold.
A swarm of rats.
Or swarm of rats, yeah, something like.
Are we leaving the temple then?
Yeah, I think so. Unless Purnell had anything.
I should probably just be kind of like staring at a tapestry or something. Alter it for a bit.
Despite some of the conversation stirring up what might still be kind of difficult memories, there is a sense of warmth and welcoming to this place that you feel that was never here before. Like, it was almost always just slightly kind of chilly and cold, and now it's not. And it's not that it's like the difference between going to a strange place and going to a place familiar. Like, you haven't really actually been here very often, but there's something about it that just feels like it's familiar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if there's like a altar or anything like that, you might go over to it and just kind of stay there for a moment, kind of eventually like reach out, put a hand on it for a bit, and then turn to go follow people out.
I hang back for a minute, just kind of messing with the bag until everyone else walks out, and just out loud, not necessarily to Elephane, but just out loud. You know, sometimes I wonder why this shit keeps being our responsibility. isn't us. Why do we have to fix everything?
Didn't have to fix the dragons.
Could be worse. It could be the Vox Machina people.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. We could have it worse.
Pick up the bag and leave.
Okay.
Once we all get outside,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure where you intended to head towards next, but I have some personal business I'd like to take care of elsewhere in the city. I'll meet up with you later.
Very well.
Sounds like a plan. I think. Do we want to take? Were we taking the crystal to? Were we doing anything with the crystal now, or someone wanted to go to Witch Hazel?
I mean, we
I
had
mean, it
the
was
thing
a
where
heavily
Yeah, we have to
guarded,
do a
so
thing
it
for.
would be
Right,
how
that
are
was
we
like a
getting
small.
in? Or
Yeah.
it's near the tower where everything went down. So yeah,
Mm.
it was
She just
brought
wanted
up.
us to pick up. She wanted us to
I
pick
don't know
some
that
stuff
we were.
up. I was willing to try and sneak in and grab her things. I know I talked about that.
Right.
I think that sounds very much like a next time sort of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, John, if you wanted to dive into this side thing that Darlton wanted to take care of tonight, or like in conversation.
I mean, it'll probably just kind of a somewhat brief RP thing. I just want to basically find the quartermaster and discuss a couple things in person with him.
Okay. All right. So I think there's my notes.
I mean, if you want to go to Phileas and Wiria first, we can do that.
I mean,
if there's nothing else happening with this group, I need to go to the restroom. So
Like.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
actually,
There you
I
go.
have to too.
There you go. You're
Um,
free.
I don't know how well is Bess doing. Oh, okay.
he had
Sorry,
coffee at
just-
8 p.m.
There you go.
Okay.
Like I didn't know she was like
can
off camera,
probably-
like
I mean,
asleep
depending
or
on how
something.
extensive it is, I can probably get through, whatever thing with the drowned prince. I am definitely getting tired though, so
Right.
like I've had a lot of caffeine, but I feel like my head's like doing the whole like within an hour I should sleep probably. So yeah, depending on how extensive it is,
Not. I mean,
feel
that
like I
probably
should be
depends
able
on
to
how
get through.
talkative you both feel.
So do the drowned prince thing, and
Did I
then.
lose audio for everybody?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
we can
there we
hear
go.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Like, I can hear you.
my headphones have a volume adjuster, and when I put them on, like slid all the way to the mute side, and I was like, I see people talking. I'm not hearing. So that was just my bad.
So, I would imagine that Felice, through the help of various animals and natural, being able to communicate with animals and plants
She
and all of that.
also has locate creature, I think, or some, or not creature, because creature has to be a thing I think that you met, but she has locate animals or plants, I think, which is like you can locate a specific kind of beast. So if possible, specific, like I figured dire sea otters.
Right.
There's
So
probably not many.
The trick is the drowned prince has a lair in an underground, or not underground, but like basically a sea grotto that's only accessible through water.
Fun.
Not such a big deal
water
for
trip.
you.
I have water breathing and stuff.
Okay. So, but that's just a matter of there's some logistics involved in getting Wuria to go along with you.
And it's a ritual too. Cool. So if Weary is cool with that, I can cast water breathing on.
Where is that covered by water. She just can't
On
breathe
the
it.
two of us. We both
Right.
get the water breathing.
Okay.
I
All
love
right.
that that's a ritual cast. So handy.
Mhm.
And then that lasts for the next 24 hours. So, you know, if we just want to go swimming. With Ukatoa, apparently.
Don't think about that
It's
part.
like
Don't think
swimming
about
with
that.
dolphins, but the
Swimming
worst.
with Ukatoa.
Swimming with aberrations.
Yeah.
Thanks, I hate it.
Also, just I will mention. Where is it? Hang on.
So with water breathing, it's just a matter of swimming there. You could probably even get something to serve as a guide for you, and the closer and closer you get to your destination, the more and more like out of Little Mermaid things start to get, with just
We're
a
getting more to Ursula's
proliferation.
lair.
No, not so much that, but just there's a lot of sea creatures that don't necessarily ordinarily cohabitate, that are all sort of commingling and just in the vicinity.
That's interesting.
The light filtering down here through, because you have to sort of navigate a little bit of a kelp forest first before getting in this underwater cave, and there are actual dolphins that are sort of swimming around the mouth of the cave that are essentially guarding the entrance. But while you don't necessarily know these particular dolphins, they seem to understand your presence and let you pass unaccosted. Although one of them does sort of like bump Worria just a little bit.
Felice does whatever universal animal sign for. She's with me.
Right. And then so they're like, you know, doing the dolphin, nodding their head and kind of go back to their business. But the last sort of stretch here into the grotto, it looks as if the whole thing had been decorated with all manner of shiny things. Lots of bits of detritus and other things that have been collected from the city. That, you know, it's sort of like dingle hoppers and all sorts of things, like all these interesting things from the world above. Just like you're fairly certain that you know, some of this stuff must have been like priceless artwork or something like that. That it's like arranged, it's upside down or something. But it just sort of decorates this tunnel. And when you finally do emerge into this cavern, there is a bit of natural light that seems to be filtering in somehow in a very sort of anytime you have a movie where there's like an underwater cavern, you got that weird light, blue light effect that just sort of with the wave. It's basically very it would almost be very Feywildy if it weren't just you for sure are certain that you did not transition across any plane. But the cavern itself is fairly large, and you can see almost like a dragon's horde of just an accumulation of all kinds of stuff, all piled up onto one side. And it's probably not too long after you kind of emerge and step out of the water that coming from another underwater cave, at first is this large shadow, but it quickly breaches the surface, and it is absolutely a massive sea otter. It is probably like it's probably about 40 or 50 feet long. It is like almost dragon-sized itself. It's
This is probably beyond her challenge rating of wild shape, isn't it?
Just a little bit.
yeah.
She can't add this one to her repertoire. Darn.
I mean, you can add a normal sea otter.
That's true.
But its movement and its behavior and its mannerisms are very much that of a sea otter. But when it arrives, it's very excited. And it sort of like pats it kind of like circles a little bit and like plops itself down on its treasure hoard. Most of which is probably actually like worthless trash. And it kind of like pats its hands a little bit on the ground and kind of rests its head on its paws.
So cute.
And you hear this voice that is it's weird in that it is both sort of this rumbly deep voice while also being almost a high-pitched animal. It's like a weird combination.
Like got overtones to it a bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But he speaks and he says, "It's you."
Yes, I came.
You did.
I'm glad to have
You made a
actually found
mess.
I will have you know I'm here to try and clean up that mess.
Oh no, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
I came with hopes of I guess finding out a bit more about the situation that is going on here as far as you know it. And I guess what we can do to help.
Oh wow! I just know that there's a lot of people who aren't happy, but I mean, most of the time they're all pretty miserable anyways. They should really just play more.
Terrible advice, honestly.
I mean, I love to play.
I feel like there's some degree of Leah that really empathize with that thought, though, of just like, if y'all just relax, broke some bread together, had some fun, you'd be fine.
I don't really understand most of what's going on, but I do know that there's a lot of anger in the city right now.
Yes.
And there's
I mean, after yesterday too, that was a lot more than just puppet fish people.
Yeah, there's something weird. I could taste it in the water, and it was sick. Whatever it was very sick, and it was very bad. And it was not fun.
Speaking of things in the water, I wanted to let you know, we found a thing. It's a yellow glowing
The eyes kind of go up,
ball.
like shiny.
Not in
I don't think you want this shiny. It kind
okay.
of looks like an eye. And our cleric friend, after spending a hot second on it, I don't even want to say the name down here, but I mean, you live in the water. Have you heard tales of
Sometimes
the big, scary thing
big
that's locked
snack?
away?
Big scary thing that's locked away.
Yeah, that really needs to never be let out.
And you can literally see the massive eyes sort of like thinking, and just shakes its big head. Like there's like water droplets shaking off of the whiskers.
I feel like Felice is going to, recall back to when she was a child and relay some kind of, the way her mom would have described it to her without saying the name because she's not sure if it'll do anything, but that just doesn't sound like a good idea to be underwater and go Ukatoa.
Right.
Using her wisdom right there.
Yeah,
I don't
using
know.
her wisdom that she has, I'm like,
Is it something that's old? Because I'm not very old.
I think
it's a baby.
Oh, it's a
I think
baby.
it's
Oh my
pretty
gosh.
old. How?
Okay. I mean,
but
Baby
I don't know how old I am, but I know that I've only been me. Does that make sense? I've only been me for a little while.
You mean
I woke up
so
and
somebody-
there were people that were having trouble in the water in their boats, and they needed help, and I helped them. And that's the first thing that I remember.
So like, I've never tried this thing, but there's a thing that us druids at least can do. That like, if we spend a long time with an animal or with a like a tree or something, we can give it the ability to communicate and to, you know, be intelligent. Do you think somebody did that with you? Maybe.
And like, as
If
much
you
as a
weren't born like
giant
this?
otter can shrug.
Yeah. Me?
Yeah. I mean, like they wouldn't have learned those mannerisms from being around people because they've
Yeah.
spent most of their life around not people. And people are a new thing. They're very interesting, but not always very fun.
Yeah.
It's true. People are not always very fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I don't know how you would have any idea, but well, anyways, I mean, I guess this thing you should maybe know about because supposedly it's locked away somewhere very, very deep in the ocean.
If it's dangerous and it's dangerous to the people, then I should definitely know about it. I help the people.
I mean, I grew up hearing. Honestly, we kind of just thought it was stories, and where I am from,
I like stories.
It's Mona. Sorry. She has this thing where she like her back legs and her back will like twitch, and she was I'm guessing that's what it was a lot, but she was also behind the TV, so
right,
like wedged between the wall, like not much space there. Anyways, but well, yeah, we thought it was just stories, but turns out this thing might be real. But and I do apologize, but I really don't feel like saying the name underwater is a
We're
good
not
idea.
underwater.
We're not? I thought we were in a grotto.
Well,
You're in
yeah,
a
but we're not
cave.
underwater.
You came up out of it.
Yeah, you're out of
But
the
aren't
water
we?
right now.
But we came here through the water, so I feel like it's so.
I mean, we can be in
maybe.
water, and it sort of like shuffles and then like
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
why
like
she's like.
kind of like
So
comes.
I'm not sure how well it is or how smart it is to say the name out loud. This water.
Okay.
Although I guess Wiria, are you able to?
Did it
You
send
can
the...
do the thing where you talk with that. Can you?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect. Can
And Wiria just doesn't use message.
safe, but
doesn't use message. She just uses her telepathy because this
Right.
otter is so far away from her.
Felix
I mean-
doesn't know she knows that now, but yeah.
This is how the otter is actually speaking to you. Like, it is not opening its mouth and voicing things. It is
Right.
communicating telepathically.
Yeah. So Wiria responds in kind in this instance and telepathically says, "Its name is Ukatoa."
Felix will nod as
Well,
you know,
Felix
be
doesn't
like, yes, that's
hear
correct.
that because she wouldn't have said it.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, Felix wouldn't have heard.
Nah, there's no recognition, just sort of a shrug. And
she'll
this is
look
the
at
thing.
Wiria
This is
as
the thing
kind
with the monsters.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Wiria. I take it you told him the
Yeah,
name.
I did.
So anyways, it's a like a monstrous like serpent-ish thing ish.
So you
I'm not
you know
sure.
about
But,
people to some degree, right? So
Oh, I know
You
some
know about-
things about some people.
Do you
They're
know
still
about
very confusing.
Do you know about gods?
Kind of. That's what sometimes people have called me.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Am I a god? I don't.
Well, so
not.
I'll be honest.
Well,
I don't understand much about them, but from stories I've heard, sometimes I guess things can like
become gods.
Become them if enough people worship it and think it is, which might have maybe happened to this monster thing. I think, which is bad news. Which is why I don't want to say its name out loud.
There are good gods that help and do good things, right? And then there are gods that maybe aren't good or bad, but at least aren't bad, right? And then there are gods that did really, really, really bad things.
It just sounds like people.
So imagine if people who did not so good things, if a lot of people believed that they had power so much so that they actually suddenly gained like massive amounts of power, more than anybody should ever have, and the free will to do whatever they want, and nobody could stop them.
He's just kind of like nodding his head a little bit.
So a big evil monster thing that I guess has that kind of power has been locked away, sealed away very, very deep in the ocean.
Oh, I'm glad it's deep because I don't go down there. It's too dark.
Yes, please don't. Especially if this thing actually exists. But the fact that we found this thing means that there might be some people, I guess, maybe trying to let it out. Which no, we don't want. We definitely don't want.
Well,
so,
if
you hear
if
this
it comes
name or
by,
anything, it's bad news.
I'll get you.
Yes.
And you'll do the thing with the ship where everything goes up and then it comes down because that was great. I like that.
And I sent a message home to my people. We have these warriors that their whole job is protecting our city. And I told them that what we
Can
found.
I be a warrior?
Maybe.
I mean, I protect.
I'm
I
not-
kind of protect the city. I don't protect all of the city.
cannot
Some of the city's
remember
really
for the life
dirty,
of
and
me
I don't
what
like
they are
being
called.
there.
I want to say
I like to
wave
protect
riders
the
or something,
people.
but I don't think that's it. Gosh, what are they called?
I like protecting the people more than the city. The
Um,
people are interesting. The city is smelly and boring.
Well,
yes,
it's the
but
most important thing to protect, so that's a good thing.
Hopefully they'll be coming to assist some, maybe, or at least they'll know about it too. So if you hear something or something shows up and you let me know, I can hopefully bring some of them along too. And I mean their whole thing, they train like their whole lives to fight things in the water and to fight off anything that wants to get into our home that we don't want in there. Yeah, they're really cool. You can tell, at least Wiria probably, because she's met Felice before
many times.
I'm like, so actually, I'm like, no, Wiria would understand why Felice is talking so passionately about them. Felice's mother is Felice, so she has a lot of admiration and respect for them. Her mother's kind of a badass. Felice gets her happy-go-lucky-ish side from her father, not her mother. So yeah, so Wiria would understand, where that's coming from. But Felice has also, seen them, at work in person and all this. But yeah. So hopefully they'll be able to help too, because I mean, I'm training. I'm almost done with my Aramente. I have one more plane to hit, and then I'll have a little more power too. Yeah. But yeah. So just keep an eye out, an ear out for that kind of thing. But anyways, I mean that's not the initial reason we came here.
He starts like sticking his ear, like as much as he can, kind of like.
Yeah. So I don't know if the puppet fish people are gone or not. But I'll keep a lookout. I know there's people that I mean something that call you a god, I guess. But that you've helped somehow. Do you know where they are? If we could talk to them, see what.
They're in the city somewhere. Like every now and again, I can kind of hear them.
That's I think that's I guess I mean I don't know how this works, but if they think you're a god and they like pray to you, maybe that's what that is. Maybe.
Okay.
Looks kind of at Wiria like, dude, maybe.
Do you hear them?
That's
more
weird.
Like, do you hear them
Elise
more
thinks
like,
it's weird too.
like, and she just like this while Felice and I are talking, and then she goes, it speaks telepathically, or like this in your mind. Or can you tell?
It's like the sound of the waves. It's just kind of always there. And if you listen, you can hear it. But you're sometimes used to it, and then you don't hear it anymore.
So maybe it's just like you understand their hearts? That's sounds weird to me, but
I like that.
also I'll be right back. Sorry, I really have to use the bathroom.
Sure.
I'm like, I can't hold it anymore. Sorry. Really fast.
I understand.
I love giant baby otter.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I actually
I
want to
see-
make a warlock of this otter now.
I want to see a conversation
New
between that.
backup character plan.
I want to see a conversation between that otter and Bertha.
Bertha, come here and talk to this otter, please.
Bertha
She's
buddies.
Grumpy. She's old, and she doesn't like to play. But she has a lot of stories.
The best.
I mean, it was Bertha that actually told me all about you.
Ooh. That makes
And
sense.
said that you were a real good friend. Of course, babies can't hear, but.
Aww.
And we hadn't actually mentioned Bertha in character, but.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna assume it was there because that was a connection that, like.
I can sense Bertha vibes off of you.
Right. He kind of turns to regard Warrior for a moment and it's like, have you always been able to talk to people like this?
Fairly new. I mean, I could do something similar, but not quite the same before.
It sometimes scares people.
It does. It's helpful to give a warning if you can. But it's hard if that's how you talk, I suppose.
He like opens his mouth and it's just this sort of like like whatever a 50-foot long sea otter would sound like. And it's just like I can't make the noise. I can't make the noises.
No, that's
Very
That's
high-pitched
fair.
squeak.
I mean, I'd imagine that people are surprised when a sea otter speaks to them in general. So even if you could make the noise, they might.
Yeah, nobody. There's not a lot of other people like me. Like I've got a lot of friends, but it's kind of lonely. I had a friend a long time ago, and I don't remember them very much. It was before. It was before.
Another otter like you, or
No. It was a person.
a person?
It was yeah. I don't remember them very much though.
Huh.
So sorry about that.
That's okay.
What do you? Wiria and the drowned prince have been chatting.
Okay.
What do you remember then?
I remember playing a lot. I remember not feeling good for a while. And then they were gone. And then I just remember hearing a bunch of people asking for help, and then I helped them. That's...
Well,
I don't know what happened.
I mean, if I ever meet anybody who mentions having an otter for a friend, do you want me to let them know that you're okay?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if I will, but if I do,
So there
I
was
meet lots of interesting people.
There was somebody that had an otter. Yeah, I was like, so what?
The drowned prince was saying that he used to have a friend. It used to have a friend who was a person before it was
They were
able to
awakened?
like, yeah.
But it's they don't remember much.
Yeah. Well, because they were not
also
awakened then.
right. His he's like, the drowned prince is like what the people called me, and I didn't really know what it was. But I don't know if I like that name.
Oh, I mean, if you want another name, I would be happy to communicate that. Because I feel like if these people really, worship you or see you as their god or something, they would want to call you what you want to be called. Do you have another name, or something you like better?
I don't know. I remember the person used to call me something, but that was before I really could remember things. They called me something, I don't remember though. But that was my name. At least as much as I have a name.
All you really remember about them is that you played a lot, and then you said you got sick, and they were
I
gone?
got sick, and they were gone. And they weren't there. Then I got better, and I could remember things more, and I could do this, and also I think I got bigger.
Oh, so you weren't always this big?
I don't know. It's fuzzy.
So just out of curiosity, based on what he's describing, which is very vague, does Felice know of anything that, being somebody that is a bit more connected to animals than most, anything that, like, given he was sick and then he got better and was suddenly able to talk, and, like, so she knows that because, like,
a druid would have
she's
the
never
ability
cast it,
to
but
awaken.
yes,
an
I was like,
animal,
she knows
for
about
sure.
the awakened spell. She's never cast it, but she can. So, like, that was, kind of her first guess is like, maybe somebody did this, which hearing that they had a friend before is like, okay, maybe it was that. The name the drowned prince is also kind of weird because drowned implies dying. So there's that. But she doesn't think he's undead. But
This otter is the Molly Muck of our campaign.
But
the,
I guess
the drowned prince is a moniker that the people he rescued came up with and
Yeah.
applied to him.
I guess basically what I'm thinking or whatever is, does Felice know of anything that if there's like a strong enough just emotional bond with an animal that might be able to change how the animal like
spontaneously awaken? Who
yes,
knows?
or okay, like
You've never.
I was like, I don't know if she's ever heard any stories of that or anything. Okay, yeah,
I mean,
probably not. But
I would imagine a lot of the stories of the Ashari are very animal focused, like Aesop fable style in a way, and specifically for the water Ashari are all like sea stories and things like that. But nothing of particular note.
Okay.
But an old druid that befriended a dire otter, dire sea otter, and then eventually awakened it is like, okay, that tracks.
Yeah, it's like, sure, why not? I would. Cat, would you like more water? She's pushing her water dish around.
Occasionally I've gone close to like talk with Jill. Wait till Bess is on the thing, because like just because it actually technically it does relate to Felice just a little bit.
Okay. What?
Where Worry was asking if he's ever met many people, and he's like, no, nobody comes down here because nobody can swim that well. But he sometimes does go up. He avoids being seen. He just has a feeling it's not a good idea. But he does go to talk to Bertha.
Okay, I was actually kind of curious if they knew each other.
Yes, that's actually how he got to know who you are and what you did.
That does
Bertha
answer
told
those
him.
questions too, of like, you know.
Bertha told him that you made her better and that you did a bunch of stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah. She's really old, grumpy, doesn't like to play, but she's really good with stories.
Yes. She's who you go to for story time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, if he mentions that, I love Bertha. I should say hi to her. Speaking of though, so people have given you a name and you hear them and you know them, but if you've never met them, how do they know that you're the one help? I mean, I've gathered that nobody knows exactly who or what you are, but they know somebody helping them, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it was a storm and I helped the people in their boat. And that was the first time I talked to anyone, and they were all really scared, and so there's a lot of confusion, I guess.
And then, so I guess, stories, somebody mentioned drowned prince or something, and then, I mean, I guess kind of turning to Waria. I guess then it makes sense why they think he's a god if he's just kind of been passed through stories.
Yeah, stories.
Nobody knows really who it is.
Stories tend to build like that sometimes. And people like mysteries, and mysteries take on their own special status, I suppose, is the best way to put it. But, well, thank you. If there's anything we can do, think we're.
Well,
One. Felice is gonna say, would you like to be called another name, or could I call you another name? I feel like if the Drowned Prince is just kind of the fable, it
well,
does
I
kind of
think
feel weird to call you that for your name. But
you have a name you'd like.
I had one. It was what my person called me. But
Well-
it was before I could remember things.
in the meantime, then I guess. So is there a druidic word for for playmate, or I mean friend even, but
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a Sylvan word for friend.
so
It's not the
Felice-
Elven word for friend, but it's the Sylvan word for
Felice will just ask whatever that is. In the meantime, would it be all right if I call you? Gosh,
The Sylvan
I
word
don't
for
know.
friend, sure.
Yeah, and she would explain like it means like using his words kind of
Right.
in the language of my people it's the word we use to refer to a playmate.
I like that. Better than the Drowned Prince. Like,
Yeah, that sounds pretty gloomy, honest.
yeah, it sounds not fun. I mean, the Drowned Prince. I get this weird, like, heavy, echoey sort of the Drowned Prince. And
I love it.
Like, but that doesn't fit. That's like swimming against it feels like it's swimming against the current. It's not who I am.
Oh, you like fun games and playing, and that doesn't.
Right.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
I mean, thank you for coming and helping. I know that they were here before, but they were always hiding, and so I didn't really see them or know about them very much. But just lately they've been gathering. So I'm glad that you came and you took care of them.
We think they may have wanted something related to that monster we spoke of.
So I guess if more of them show up again too, I mean, it seems like from what I've gathered, I mean they seemed to be. I guess they were swimming towards the ship, and the ship is where the thing was. I feel like it attracted them. So I guess if another whole swarm of them shows up again, that's probably not. I mean, it's obviously not a good thing, but yeah.
Well, I can't do what you did.
No, but you can
But
contact me somehow. I mean, you managed to last time.
I've got a lot of I have a lot of fish friends.
And the fish are my friends too.
He actually yawns too. He's like, I've never talked this much. It's tiring.
It is.
Big mood.
But if anything starts feeling weird, I'll send word. And then maybe you can come help again like you did.
Ooh, sorry. So I was just like, I couldn't find anywhere online like the Sylvan word for friend from D&D anything. So I just typed in Druidic word for friend, which of course gives you like the Celtic. But
Right.
I found Anam Cara.
Oh.
Anam is the Gaelic word for soul, and Cara is the word for friend. Means soul friend.
Aww.
And I was like, can I call this guy Anam Cara because that's too cute.
Hmm.
That is pretty cute.
I will type it in somewhere.
Sure. And he'll happily call you the same thing.
Yay. Should I just put that in? My gosh, where should I put that?
And you should definitely play sometime. But
Oh, Felice will absolutely come play with this guy. Are you kidding?
but right now,
In character, we'll do it there.
yeah, you almost actually as he yawns, and the maw opens up. He could swallow Hegan or Leah whole. He is just big.
Damn.
At first it's cute, and then it's like, oh.
Oh fuck.
Oh my, oh my.
Yawn. I can imagine a giant otter yawn.
Yeah, as he's talking, you almost actually feel the drowsiness coming off of him in a way, almost forcing you to yawn as well.
All right. Well, yes, we will. I'll do my best to help the people that have been asking for help. I definitely intend to try and fix whatever this problem is with the land. I mean, I blessed the land to help the people, not to help the rich people. So, I definitely want to fix that. And Cat, what are you doing? Sorry, just hearing attacking the carpet sounds. I'm like, what are you doing? And yes, we'll definitely come help, especially if you do hear any more about this. Well, if puppet fish people show up or this other thing, then yes.
Okay. They're always very smelly.
Yes, they're gross. They're really gross.
Very gross. But
that is very accurate. And what if we're done here? Once we leave and are out of the water, because she's not going to try to do it. Well, I guess she could telepathically talk to Felice as they're in the water, but she probably just waits till they're on land and says, "So should I tell my brother that his supposed god is the wicked dire sea otter or not?"
Sorry, what was that?
Should I tell my brother that his supposed god is an awakened dire sea otter or not?
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
the whole I'm not that good with
dinner.
with gods in general. I would that
maybe I'll ask Elias.
Would that ruin? I would say maybe we should ask Elias how that kind of thing might go. Because on one hand, I want people to know. I know Elias of all people. Felice has no idea, by the way, about other than the side comment of apparently it's Pernell's sister, but
Elias or Leah know more about gods than I do, so maybe I'll ask them.
Yeah, if it's a thing that people have just started praying to this thing that they don't know what it is, but they know it helps. Maybe knowing what it is would make it, I don't know, less effective. That makes sense. I don't really know how gods work, but
I don't know. I'll talk to Elias and Leah, maybe. I mean,
yeah,
both of them know more about gods.
I know nature and stuff, but honestly, we don't do much with gods a whole lot. I know they exist and all, but I don't know. We rely a lot more just on nature itself, so I prefer to know that it's just a giant otter because that's nature. And I made a new friend.
Very nice giant
Flash
otter.
forward to the next time you see her show up, she's gonna be riding this thing or something, and just.
I don't really talk. I haven't really spoken to many dire sea otters, but
he's the first one I've met. I mean, honestly, if he wasn't one to begin with, he might be the first one. I don't know if I've ever heard of it before.
Possible.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I mean, I guess he doesn't know where the people are any more than you do, but I mean, finding your brother shouldn't be too hard, right? Because he's your brother. I feel like we can.
Shall we find him? Yeah, I mean, it's just a strange situation. Whereas, like, I don't know what to do with this whole situation.
What do I do with this knowledge?
Oh no.
No.
Like,
With great
what do I
power comes
do?
great responsibility.
What do I do with the fact that my brother is trying to lead a revolution, at least partially in the name of what turns out to be a dire sea otter?
An awakened
Yep.
dire sea otter.
Sea otter that does not actually like being called the Drowned Prince, particularly.
Yep.
So yeah, she's definitely gonna like grab Elias and Leah at the next opportunity to be like, so. Because she doesn't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I mean, she'll grab anybody who will listen, but Elias and Leah have experience with God.
Like, Elias would be like, I mean, as long as it's not hurting anything, I don't know.
So.
So yeah, they make their way back then, I guess, or off to find Weiria's brother, whichever.
Well, we're not going to Weiria's brother right now. I don't think so.
So I feel like probably took a little while, to get through all that underwater and then back and stuff. So like they're probably, especially because I'm like, Weiria doesn't swim quite as speedy quick as Felice.
Yeah, no.
Where was everyone meeting after?
I have no idea.
I think
I'm sure
we were we gonna head straight to the Claret Orders next? Or are we
Don't
gonna
necessarily know where they are.
Yeah, we don't know where they are.
I
We have
don't
to
know if we
send to
wanna
them.
check in with the others first.
I mean, I have assumed we'd regroup in the warehouse or
Mhm.
something.
Go.
Okay, let's just go to the warehouse.
In the warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
At some point,
Just as
Phyllis
a
does
way
need to
of
go pick up
figuring
his
that out.
clothes order.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I think that is technically still a couple more days, if not one or two.
Okay. I knew
yeah.
the Heroes Feast stuff was later. I didn't remember how long.
Yeah, it's a week. The clothes, it'll probably all be hand wavy, whatever is narratively convenient.
Yeah.
But I don't think it would be in a single day because it was like just yesterday that you were doing everything.
Okay.
So everyone gathers back at the warehouse.
do my
Darlton
thing.
isn't there yet.
Yeah.
So everyone essentially but Darlton. Darlton, you know of a couple of locations in the city where he has like bolt holes or sort of like little hidey holes where he would go to ground. And you actually end up checking one or two of them, searching for him because he could be really at any one of them. And they've all been cleared out. And from what you could tell, like earlier that day, quickly. He tends to be very methodical, and this was not done methodically. Eventually, when you reach sort of like the third place that you look, you do actually hear him before you see him. And you can hear the sounds of someone who seems like they're rushing and they're packing very quickly.
Seems like you and I had the same idea.
He doesn't notice that you're there, so when you speak up, he sort of alerts, looks up at you, and immediately he's like holding out a wand, and you can see he's got like this massive black eye. He's got bandages around part of his head, and his arm looks like it might be in a sling. He's like, "Oh, it's you."
What happened?
And he like he puts the he like immediately puts the wand away when he sees that it's you. I'm not entirely sure. It was someone who was looking for perhaps the same thing that I sent you to find. But
Yeah,
luckily,
I was.
they were there early, and you did well. Thank you. But I've had enough of Dragonborn. And I
Did you say Dragonborn?
need to get away. Yes.
Oh.
There were two of them. One of them was very quiet. They did not talk. They did not need to. He kind of like motions to everything about him. They let Zafis do the talking. The other one was quiet. But they were looking. They knew things about me from my past. They should not have known about. And he sort of like looks over to a satchel that you're presuming is where he's got that item.
Well, that's all well and good with me. I was coming to basically inform you I think my time in Damali is done as well.
You wouldn't have happened to have found any of my healing shop. My stock was removed.
I mean, yeah, we did come across him. I don't know if I would have anyone on me in this moment.
That is okay. I can make do for now. I have contacts. They should be able to provide something. It's kind of like a nursing arm. But there are very dangerous people involved. Whatever is going on. Did you hear about the docks? Was that you?
That was some unforeseen complications. Sounds like this is another party entirely that was interested in this.
Yes. See, the item, it was damaged, yes?
Well, he certainly
Speaking of unexpected
didn't seem to have the same warning you gave us, or didn't seem to care.
Wait, what?
About using teleportation magics.
Yes, it is unsafe.
Yeah, as evidenced by the scars across the city.
Scars.
Minor rifts.
Multiple scars.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes, and he like starts packing faster. It's like, this is very not good.
I would rather not run into who comes poking around to look at that.
Wait, it was not you.
Wasn't me what?
With the teleporting. I said, no extra planar, no teleporting.
No, that was the third party. There's
Not another Dragonborn, was it?
No, this was a lich.
What?
A lot of people interested in this, apparently.
What the fuck is it?
I just wanted to make sure that it got to you, but...
Yes, I came all this way. all the way from the Empire, to stay far away from all of their nonsense, to work on my creations, and say, follow me here. But this lich, this is very bad. And he's like packing
Lich,
things up and
apparently has some connections to Cult of Vecna.
he like stops. The whispered one.
Yeah.
But she said. He just seems like really confused.
Need to know more about this.
There's someone who, shall we say, a patron. She said that she was not affiliated with them. And it seems that perhaps they are working at odds with her.
Well, I don't know how interested I am in politics of a cult.
It is probably best to stay away. I wanted nothing to do with them. Fanatics. Not interested in the advancement of the arcane. Pinnacle of artifice. They are hungry for power and
Well, it's not my problem anymore. Although
But
it
keep
still
lookout,
might
huh?
be.
Keep lookout. The Dragonborns, they are probably still in town. There too.
Yeah.
A black one and the metal. One of the metal ones. Not gold or
Haven't seen
silver.
them yet.
One of the other ones.
Metallic.
She was angry. I think she enjoyed it. Sort of like motions to like just his
What
right
color?
self. I think brass. They all look the same.
There's
Brown
a
and
difference
shiny.
between brass and bronze.
I didn't quite get a good look. I was...
Well, I had intended to leave you with a connection into the deep miners as a thank you for all the business we did together before I cleared out of town. So, but I don't know how much use you would want to make with that if you're leaving town as well.
No, I am done with the city. I think it is time, perhaps, that I leave Wildemount.
Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for.
The
But
Hilltitle
in that
is
case,
much nicer now. Now that the dragon threat has been eliminated.
oh yeah. Wherever is fine as long as it's not here.
Agreed.
But I suppose I will just have to leave this with you as a thank you gift, and I will take out that expensive bottle of wine that I got.
And he like pauses for a moment and raises an eyebrow and he's like, if you find yourself in Taldore, do look me up. You are good at finding and people. I'm sure our paths will cross again.
Not be opposed to it. And I will just leave it and walk out.
Yeah, he's been like packing and whatnot pretty much the entire time. And he ends up slinging like he has so much stuff it goes in 2 bags of holding. And he's kind of like walking out with you by the time you finish. But he's not even waiting. He's just like, you know, popping the cork off and like swigging directly from the bottle a little bit, like pours a little bit on his face, like a little bit of alcohol there. Well, actually, before he takes a swig, he does offer it to you. So.
May as well. A little too fancy for me, but I will accept it. Yeah.
Take care, Dalton. You've done right by me. Thank you.
Yeah.
And,
you stay clear of any trouble.
Cultist and creature dragonborn is bad for business. And
I will.
You both sort of just part ways and don't look back. All right. And
head back to the warehouse.
Okay. Eventually, Darlton catches up with all of you. And I think on that very low-key note, we'll wrap up tonight's session. Thank you all for coming.
I missed this game so much.
Yeah, I know.
So good.
Yes, lots of.
I made a new friend, guys.
You made a new friend.
Can't wait to look back on the shit I missed while there was a fire drill.
Yes, I absolutely want to, like, whenever Felice goes back, I absolutely want her to somehow manage to take Jim with her, because that is an experience.
Come on, Jim.
I'm like, yeah, Jim, forget these guys. Like, you want to come, like, intern at the Ashari?
Next time we see
Come to the
Jim, he's
Ashari
on
side.
Baramente.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
What is it?
It's late
Hot
for all
damn.
of you. Yeah.
A bit.
Yeah. It is 1 o'clock exactly.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yep.
I don't care.
Yes.
Woo.
I need to sleep.
I miss this game.
I'm glad I stayed up for this.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, chat. I hope you enjoyed.
Crap.
Yeah, who knows what? Yeah, I want to figure out when we get to be back in this game. It was so nice to be back.
2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks, hopefully.
Let's look
We
at
shall
I will
see.
be late, but
Yep.
I'm working the next 2 Saturday nights, but
Oh shit, we don't have November pins yet.
We don't
Oh,
have
yeah.
November pins, and then
Oh, yeah,
next
we need to do that.
weekend Is Halloween weekend,
And I'll be
so
out of
not sure what
town.
might be going up, but definitely
Next week looks like alt game.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm definitely gonna need to do a every other week thing, just because weekly is
Yeah, it's
is a pace that is challenging.
As long as we're back into it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes, we are.
I literally wrote D&D on the calendar.
Sweet.
I appreciate.
And, like, writing and work schedules, and I was like,
Good.
D&D.
I do
Finally!
appreciate the bit of hiatus. Needed some time.
We're adults.
To, like, completely bombed the interview in like a depressing
Aww.
and horrible way.
No.
That's sort of like, oh, this is rough. But
I'm gonna end my
Now
stream
you
now.
have that experience under your belt, and
yeah,
you can carry it with you.
Yeah.
into
So
the
let me
future.
send y'all to my friend
So it's me
Cotton.
who is
We'll be back
I
next
feel
time.
like I know a lot more about failing at jobs.
Yeah, so the Drowned Prince, like, at first it was like...
So yeah, friends, thank you so much for joining us. We will be back next time. I'll be back tomorrow night for Higurashi no Nakakoro ni. We're getting back into the answer arcs. So until then, send some love to my friend Cotton, who's doing some Smash at the moment, I believe. Super cool. I roleplay with him every so often. So yeah, until next time, y'all stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourself, take care of each other. Bye-bye!
I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder, and my partners love